Bonne chance.
Merci beaucoup. Hein.
Break a leg.
Do you speak French, Jonathan?
Un peu.
Un petit peu. Hein. Vous avez vécu en France depuis longtemps?
Comment? Bonne chance.
Vous avez vécu
Merci beaucoup. Hein.
Oh, wait. I need to
Break a
mute.
leg.
Federico just warning us. The world is watching us. And we start off with some discussion on Trump first.
Good idea.
Thankfully, that wasn't live streamed onto YouTube.
Get the jokes over with.
Oh, Jennifer's here, Joshua.
Lauren?
Yes.
What are we doing now? We're just waiting for people to arrive.
Yeah, we're waiting for people to arrive, and we're waiting for Joshua, who I think may be brewing a tea if I know him well.
Okay, good idea. Where are you, Lauren? Are you in Birmingham?
No, I'm not actually. Due to the pandemic, I had to move due to my husband's job. So I moved to Lancaster. So I'm about a 2-hour commute.
Okay.
Obviously not at the moment, but yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm up there as well. I'm in Cheshire, so I'm halfway.
Oh, you're in Cheshire, really? Okay.
Yeah, I've always lived here. I haven't moved in 25 years.
Wow.
I used to get the train to Birmingham every day.
How long did that take?
Actually, it's quite a quick train. It's an hour from Crewe.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, yeah. I mean, we were thinking about moving to like somewhere near Crewe actually, just because the train link's so good.
It's a good line, and it's quite cheap as well. Much cheaper than travelling on trains in the southeast.
Oh, most definitely. Yeah. I mean, the prices are exorbitant there, aren't they?
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. No, it was quite a good train, but I was sick of it. I did 5 years of it, meeting by train, and it was 4 hours a day commute, including all the driving and parking and walking, and
yeah,
too much basically.
Not ideal.
No. What were you doing before this, Lauren? Where were you?
I was at Leicester University working as a research assistant on an outreach project. Yeah. So I designed a website for Chinese history teachers in schools,
Right.
working with the Confucius Institute. So
Sorry, Lauren. I know that some colleagues are asking whether we can unmute participants.
Yeah.
But we will, right? In a minute.
We will. So participants will be unmuted if they want to ask questions, but what will be really kind of everyone is to just notify me in the chat bar if you would like to be unmuted. That would be really great. So obviously in the panel discussions, everyone is more than welcome to ask questions, but if you could just write a little note so that the chair can call your name, that would be most appreciated from my perspective, because obviously you know, we've got quite a large number of people attending, so yeah, your cooperation in that regard would be most appreciated indeed.
Okay, shall I start now?
Yeah, let me stop sharing my screen in that case, and I'll mute myself I'll keep Jonathan's microphone on, but I'll unmute myself just so that the sound, sorry, I'll mute myself so the sound's a little better. Yeah.
Okay, I think we will make a start, and I know that colleagues and audience are still in the process of attending, but we aim to have a start at 9 o'clock. So I will have a 5 minutes brief introduction of this year's annual conference. Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon for those who are in China. And welcome to our 13th annual conference of the Center for Chinese Visual Arts. We started this annual conference in 2007, and our first conference was in collaboration with China Academy of Art in Hangzhou. And then from then on, we always having our conference either hosted in our home institution, which is Birmingham School of Art, or we collaborate with partnership institutions, including China Academy, as I said, and Central Academy in Beijing, and Royal College of Art in London, and the Whitechapel Gallery, some museums as well. And in fact, this year, we were going to have our conference called Transcultural Curating, China as a Method, in collaboration with Whitechapel Gallery again. Because of the pandemic, we have to postpone the collaboration with the Whitechapel Gallery to next year. And this year, we take this opportunity to discuss the COVID-19 situation instead. And I think it will be a timely conference so that we can gather together, we face the situation, and we will see how can we receive and perceive this new normality. As I said, that when we have our conference, either in the home institution or in the partnership institution, we have always have our conference physically. And this is the first time we have to host that online. And it's a new adventure for us. And I'm sure that we are in the capable hands of our host, Dr. Lauren Warden. However, if there is any hiccup during the process, I'm sure you will understand, and we will stay together and we will enjoy this 2 days of discussions. And we've received a lot of abstract for application. And unfortunately, we can only cope some 15, 16 people within those 2 days event, because we are very aware that online conference an online teaching and online meeting can be more tiring than the physical meeting and conference, so on. So we're trying to shorten the conference day. We started early. It's pretty early for UK colleagues, but we have to consider that the other half of the audience and the participants, they are in China, and they are 8 hours ahead of us. And therefore, when we finish the whole conference, they will already be into the midnight. So we will listen to each other, and we will consider the situation on both sides. And for our very first panel, I would like to hand over to Professor Jonathan Harris, who will be the chair of the first panel. Jonathan, would you like to introduce yourself first?
Hello, everyone. Ni hao. I'm Jonathan Harris. I was formerly head of Birmingham School of Art. I've taken some retirement now, but still working on very exciting projects like this one. So I'm very pleased to be here today. Welcome everyone, wherever you are in the world. The panel is called Chinese International Relations and COVID-19. It's a very wide range of topics and issues and implications, and we have some time later on, half an hour, for discussion. And I think we'll be able to talk then more widely than the obvious focus of the 3 papers that we have today. I won't say anything very much now because we're pressed for time, but obviously the election result in the United States is one of the issues that we may talk about later on, but I think we need to look at both Trump and COVID-19 as symptoms as much as causes of anything as well. So let's set this whole thing up as a broad intellectual, political, social, cultural, artistic discussion with a focus now and more discussion later on. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Yan Wu from Swansea University. The paper is called Maskphobia, Orientalism and a Global Pandemic, Anti-Chinese Racism During COVID-19. Thank you, Yan Wu.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, Professor Jiang. Good morning, Professor Harris. Thank you for introducing. I'm actually not presenting all by myself. I'm here with my colleague, Dr. Matthew Wall. Matt is there. We're co-presenting. This is our jointly prepared paper. I will start sharing screen. Hope that will work. Right. Our topic is Maskphobia, Orientalism, and the Global Pandemic. In this proposed paper, we will argue that Maskphobia is comparable to the fear and hatred shown towards Muslim veiling, which is sentiment rooted deeply in Orientalism and flared up in the West during the time featured with political uncertainties. So in this paper, we take a digital semiotic approaches, and the case study will be focusing on anti-Chinese internet memes during the COVID-19 pandemic. So in today's talk, we're largely covering 5 areas. First, we would like to provide some context and the significance of Maskphobia, digital culture as a driving force. Then I will briefly cover theoretical approach, Orientalism, and semiotics, mainly digital semiotics, to analyze digital floating signifiers. Then my colleague, Dr. Wall, will take over and explain the methodological approach, selection and analysis of relevant memes, and provide analysis of the memes. Then we'll finish with some provisional conclusions. So the case for COVID-19 and Maskphobia, this, as probably you are quite aware, racist hate crime against mask-wearing Asian students, ethnic Chinese or people of Oriental appearance in the UK has increased significantly. And this is not just in the UK, but also in the United States of America. According to a Financial Times report, the Metropolitan Police recorded 166 verbal, online and physical attacks in February, just in February and March 2020. comparing to 66 cases during the same period last year. Where did this maskphobia and racism come from? It comes from popular press. It also comes from the President Trump, who's leaving office soon, and he infamously used the Chinese virus in his tweets and flared up this generally shared hatred toward people with East Asian heritage. Of course, then this is swept across social media. You probably are also familiar with these photos. At the very bottom is Jonathan Mock, a Singaporean UCL student. He was physically assaulted in central London in March. Those two photos at the bottom is his selfies of injury he shared on Facebook. And on top right corner is another student who chose not to be named, a Sheffield student who was attacked for wearing a face mask to protect her from coronavirus. So on the very top left, what you can see is the poster for Disney film Mulan. As you can see, it was sprayed. Mulan was sprayed with a mask, and the graffiti reads "Toxic Mulan," toxic, made in Wuhan, and name not just China and also a specific place. So this impact of maskphobia on the Chinese communities overseas is massive. People with East Asian heritage was scapegoated, and the state of China was scapegoated. Politicians used the maskphobia to manipulate public emotion in order to control political beliefs and behaviors. Such ethnocentric us versus them narrative causes damaging impact to the overseas Chinese community. There's a dramatic upturn in violence and racist aggression faced by this community associated with COVID-19. In analyzing this maskphobia, we would first look at masks as tools and symbols. So we're basically looking at the masks from the first order of signification and the second order of signification. When you look at masks from the first order of signification, masks are tools. Even just recently, there's a report from the Japan Times, September 26th. Medical staff members were quoted in Japan said, "We think that a mask reduce the dose of virus that you inhale and therefore drive up rate of asymptomatic infection." So people who wear masks protect others, also protect themselves. So this, but at the same time, mask is not just a medical tool, it's a symbol, it's a cultural political symbol. There's a quote from Barth: "The denoted image neutralized the symbolic message. It innocents the semantic artifice of connotation, which is extremely dense." So when we consider mask as a symbol in our current political context, there's no agreed cultural meaning associated with this symbol. So this symbol is therefore is not secure, it's not fixed. It depends on what context and how it is read by the receivers. So mask, therefore, in today's pandemic context, the virus itself is invisible, but masks are visible. So therefore, when we consider masks, it's highly visible. So compare, for example, the other, for example, vaccine. Vaccine is not visible, but masks are. It's also connected to a specific individual because mask is a piece of cloth that you wear over the part of your face, protect you or protect others. And the mask is easy to put on and remove. Due to such features, so mask is closely associated with certain connotations such as privacy, protection, in East Asian in particular, unity, collectivism, but also masks are also compared to hoodies, hijab, burqa bans, etc. So this face veiling, people who endorse face veiling ban always argue is you don't show your face, you're not necessarily part of living together with us. So therefore this mask could be compared to hoodies, hijab, burqa. is kind of associated with criminality, secrecy. Therefore, in the more current context, especially in the US and in the UK, it's signifying authoritarian control and or individual freedom, or also for people who choose to wear masks as a measure to protect others, social responsibility. So in this context, we can say masks are myth, and myth is ideological. In this research, we look the masks as a floating signifier from the digital semiotics approach. So masks, as this is probably well known by the colleagues, floating signifier is a phrase first used by Levi-Strauss. When Barthes used this, he argues is the image implies underlining the signifiers, a floating chain of a signified, the reader is able to choose some and ignore others. In the current digital environment, images are kind of a popular currency we use in communicating with each other. Image is coming ever so insistently into the domain of everyday communication as a full means of representing ideas, information, and knowledge. Our whole use of message and communication is heavily reliant on screens, so therefore images becoming the dominant mode of communication. And secondly, the digital age, user creativity is most important, could lead to an automatic consequence of sign making. Creativity becomes normal and unremarkable in very instant of sign making. Innovativeness, in the sense of producing the new, is equally an automatic consequence of sign making. It's a quote from Kretz's book. So I'm going to pass to my colleague, Dr. Wall, and he will carry on to discuss, provide information about our research methodology, our case study.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jan, and good morning to everybody, or good evening, I suppose, as the case might be. I'm going to talk a little bit about the kind of methodological aspect and present some analysis of this this presentation. So in the first place, we focused in on memes as the kind of locus of our study. And memes, like the definition of memes, is something I could spend the whole 20 minutes discussing. But generally, we sort of know them when we see them. Typically, like, they're defined as follows: they're digital objects that riff on a given visual, textual, or auditory form that are then appropriated, recoded, and slotted back into the internet infrastructures that they came from. Now, oftentimes when you see memes, you'll note that they use kind of humor and irony very heavily, though not always. One of their key characteristics is what's called polysemy. That is that there's this coexistence of multiple interpretations embedded within them. Memes are quite symbolic in nature. I'm a political scientist myself, and within political science, both in the UK and USA, we probably haven't studied memes enough. The memes are used. I'm sure Jonathan mentioned the Trump election. I'm sure you've all seen dozens and dozens of memes about that we're increasingly communicating through memes, but political scientists tend to be a bit squeamish about addressing them, largely because I suppose they do use things like humor and irony, which academic political science tends to struggle with addressing. Within the sort of semiotic approaches, such as Jan just outlined, oftentimes memes are kind of perceived or analyzed as units of information, sort of individual units nearly. But we kind of focus on the approach developed by Cannizzaro, and what she sort of says is basically, when you kind of get deeper into semiotics, pieces of information aren't in isolation, but they are relational. They relate to other components. They are translated, and that kind of captures this polysemy by different people in different ways. And their use and dissemination isn't sort of automatic, but rather habitual. Jan, could you move to the next slide, please? So in terms of studying something like this, we start off, well, how do we select memes to look at? And so rather than a sort of a representative sampling logic or one that privileges impact, we're looking really for a kind of a paradigmic logic, one that opens up a way of understanding how these things are used. Obviously, we focused on memes that speak to the intersection of aspects of reality that we're interested in studying, so COVID-19, China, and masking. We've used a variety of online sources to discover these memes. And in analyzing them, what we've tried to do is kind of build on Kanizara's approach to show that in the first place, each meme kind of integrates aspects of wider meaning and culture, that each is open to multiple translation, and that they can be kind of distorted or reproduced in propagation, that they can be propagated quite differently. So kind of we're building on that methodological grounding. So in terms of the first couple of memes I'd like to look at, Jan, if you could go to the next slide. So these are memes that really bear on identity in different ways. So the meme on the left of the screen is called Corona-chan, and it was developed quite early in the days of the coronavirus crisis on a messaging board called 4chan, which has been the source of many memes in the United States. And what you can see there, I suppose, is the integration of like many kind of cultural norms in the West about China, in terms of the traditional dress, the kind of anime style of drawing, but also the kind of implicit, there's an implicit sort of idea of untrustworthiness, obviously most notably with the skull figures in the hair, the green eyes as well. But also what's interesting is the kind of personalization, the identification of being Chinese as being coronavirus. So this meme is used to denote that you're talking about coronavirus. And so you do that with a stereotypical image of a Chinese person. On the other side, we see this I am not a virus movement. Now, there have been various instantiations of this. This one's from the University of Connecticut. And that movement in the kind of meme sphere is to do with kind of pushing back against that co-identification of Chinese people, or more generally, unfortunately, Asian people with the coronavirus, right? And so very explicitly, the hashtag of the campaign is I am not a virus. And the use of mask is really interesting here. And I think it's a much more sort of a Western sensibility, in the sense that the pulling down of the mask is the moment of individualization. And in this case, the pulling down of the mask basically shows not just the kind of the humanity of this person, but also the physical assault to which they've been subjected on the basis of their ethnicity. And so you can see in both cases, both instances, they're pulling on a lot of deeper kind of cultural riffs here, you know. And you can see, especially in the second one, there's a kind of a meta understanding in the dissemination. There's an understanding that memes are part of the contestation of the meaning of being Asian American and of using a mask. And so if we go to the next one, Jan. So these memes are kind of grouped around the theme of blaming China. The first one is based on the HBO series Chernobyl, which many of you might have seen. And again, there's a lot going on here. So that the core theme of the series is the cost of lies. And again, so we're, you know, obviously that's to do with the Soviet Union regime in Chernobyl. And it's been kind of appropriated into kind of a nearly a little conspiracy theory or a critique of the Chinese regime. More implicit, I suppose, is, you know, the figure in the foreground, not just mask, but their entire body is covered. That there's a kind of a subjection or subjugation, I suppose, in covering oneself. And in covering oneself, you're sort of submitting to a regime. You know, that's an implicit theme. On the right, a more humorous one, but still developing this theme. We can see here from SpongeBob SquarePants. So those of you with young children might recognize this program. Again, the theme of sort of SpongeBob, who's kind of a plucky underdog character struggling to resolve this problem. And you can see that the text has been overlaid, that this is the world trying to deal with COVID-19. And then in the bottom panel, Squidward, who's a more kind of a sneaky character, let's say, characterized as China here, plotting to unleash a series of updates on COVID-19. So, you know, you can sort of see here, again, the use of humor, but underneath that, these deep cultural constructs, in this case of China as a sort of a sinister and malign regime. If we could go to the next one, please. So these memes come from the kind of internalization of the kind of mask wars in particularly in the United States. So you can see here on the left from Turning Point USA, which is a kind of a think tank, self-styled think tank. This is like Nicolas Cage from the movie Con Air. This is usually a moment of sort of pleasure in the meme world, or sort of freedom or liberty. And you can see here the satisfaction of not wearing a mask and how annoyed that makes liberals. You can see on the right, from the other side of the political aisle in America, a kind of a mockery, and again, what Jan talked about, drawing more on the mask as a symbol of sacrifice and unity and consideration. Here you can sort of see the idea is that, well, these supposed American patriots can't even be bothered they turn into kind of crybabies when they're asked to wear a mask. And so that's the kind of domestication, I suppose, of this issue. And then if we go to the final one, Jan. Yeah. So this is a video posted by Donald Trump Jr., it's Donald Trump's son, called The Kung Flu Kid. And what this video displays, I suppose, is a seminal scene from the Karate Kid movie. And you can see here the Karate Kid, the kind of good character in white. He's been personified as the United States, the bad character in black as China. Again, you can see the entire occlusion of the face of the Chinese avatar. And obviously, as the scene plays out, the Karate Kid turns into Donald Trump. He kicks China and the coronavirus in the face and wins the battle. And as the scene on plays, the people supporting the Karate Kid are the Republicans, and the people supporting China and the coronavirus are the Democrats. And so bringing these things together, Jan, if you could go to the next slide, please. We see some themes kind of emerging here, right? Masking and coronavirus as coterminous with Chinese and indeed Asian identity, and a sort of an effort, very conscious effort to push back. China as a sinister, secretive and malign state, and COVID as a Chinese plot. Increasing integration of masking into domestic politics. I focused on America, but you can see very similar stuff in the UK. And then, like in the final one, you can see that these themes can kind of be stitched together, kind of integrated into narratives, and that the symbols have kind of meanings that are, you know, interpretable, let's say, for those consuming those narratives. Okay, so that was my analysis section. I think that brings us back to yourself, Jan.
Thank you, Matt. So conclusion, our tentative conclusion, looking at memes as a flickering signifier. According to Hales, information technologies creating flickering signifiers characterized by their tendency towards unexpected metamorphosis, attenuations, and dispersions. Flickering signifiers signal an important shift in the plate tectonics of language. So in this context, we're looking at internet memes. It's looking at this relationship between the language of the machine. So we regard internet memes as flickering signifiers. Our argument, however, this flickering signifiers does not exist in an ideology-free vacuum zone, as some analysis show, rooted in Orientalism, China threat discourse, the intensified conflicts between the US and China, and the rise of a populism in the West, and there's the general shared mistrust towards government, media, medical authority, etc. So also when we look at the creation of the internet memes, these users are not exactly, they created from the vacuum free zone. So they rely heavily on the popular currencies in circulation already, and those was created by the popular Western media or the politician. So I'll finish there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Yan Wu and Matt Wall. A lot there to be thinking about. So remember, we've got half an hour of questions coming up at 10 o'clock. Moving on quickly now to our next paper, I'd like to introduce Nixi Cura from the School of Oriental and African Studies, the University of London, and the paper is called China Trade. Nixi Cura.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. It's greetings from London. thanks. I wanted to just express my thanks to the CCVA and Zhang Jiehong and especially Lauren Walden for having organized this very, very timely and important event. I think, you know, marking the significant impact of the coronavirus on contemporary art practice and exhibition practice, which I hope to talk about briefly today, is really quite crucial. And after this presentation, I can sit back and enjoy the rest of the speakers' presentation. So I'm looking forward to that. And you know, hello everyone, viewers worldwide, who have chosen us over the increasingly crowded menu of available webinars available out there. It's really striking how little time one has anymore. So now for China trade, and I'm going to share my screen. Let's see. Right, here we go. Everyone see that? Yes, hopefully. Now, this is a project, this China trade project, that started in 2019 as a proposal for the SOAS Brunei Gallery, provisionally entitled China Trade, and yet unrealized for obvious reasons. The pandemic has really put a kibosh on potential exhibition spaces, and several spaces have, you know, are experiencing financial difficulties during this time. So the purpose was to involve SOAS students in the curatorial process, from the conceptualization of exhibition themes, selection of artists and their works, to the writing of labels and catalog copy. Now, for the large percentage of undergraduate and MA students in the School of Arts here at SOAS who conduct research in and seek careers in contemporary art, this exhibition would have hopefully provided some invaluable experience and insight into art world and exhibition practice. And the overall framework of post-colonial studies and decolonization, I'd hoped, would give students the opportunity to hone their critical skills and to contextualize contemporary artists' engagement with historical and contemporary discourses of China trade, and particularly with Great Britain. It's a small show, you know, 10 to 15 works, and suitable for a teaching university. Now, the term China trade itself arises from the historiographical status of China trade objects within the field of art history. Under the more commonly used nomenclature export art, that is objects brought back from China to fill cabinets of curiosities, to adorn the Chinese rooms in the stately homes of the nobility and in the more humble homes of the emerging middle class, as ethnographic artifacts and as souvenirs of travel and commerce in the exotic East or from the exotic East. These objects, this export art, occupy a liminal status, not considered so-called fine art in either Europe or China. A very recent online sale, which just ended on the 5th of November, entitled Topographical Pictures, including China Trade Paintings, includes works by, on the left, an undifferentiated Chinese school, or by artists such as Sun Qua on the right, who do not merit entrance into the canon of Chinese painting history. And other sales categories and exhibition titles, for instance, let's say travel, science, and natural history, or Chinese export art, push these objects to the peripheries of the field and not subject to the conventional sort of disciplinary study of authorship and authenticity. It just doesn't matter. Here are two other objects. Pair of ladies' shoes as part of the Pitt Rivers collection of random objects brought back by both professional anthropologists and tourists and traders in Canton and other parts of China. And on the right, a lacquered fan in the Fan Museum here in Greenwich, where I live, in London. And now, obviously, these objects are, from the point of view of post-colonial studies, incredibly important in studying the imperial gaze, for instance, or as in the case of the object on the right, the absorption of this concept of the other in both national identity, imperial identity, and to the daily lives, and in fact, individual bodies of the consumer. In this case, the fan would literally be part of this person's self-representation. Now, in the last 3 decades, China trade has evoked perceptions of contemporary China as the world's manufacturing platform, its Belt and Road Initiative and ongoing trade wars, and the specter of its security apparatus via Huawei servers and routers reaching beyond national borders. The proposed exhibition would have included works by contemporary artists from China and Britain, whose work falls within and beyond the ostensible economic contexts. For instance, artists could explore China as factory to the world, working through and with objects, producers, and consumers subject to the brutish cycles of supply and demand and the mercurial movements of global mass consumption. Aesthetic responses also explore transnational currents outside the mere movement of material goods, such as ideas, services, and people, transmitted at a faster speed, aided by ever more efficient means of transport and communication. These encounters are not new, as corollary objects such as these, which testify to the historical trade encounters between China and Britain. The works chosen would present how artists in the 21st century engage with received histories, geopolitical boundaries, hybridized subjectivities, and with implications for national and individual identity. Now, in recent times, China trade brings this to mind, right? Trump versus Xi, and in particular, the US-China trade war, which started before the coronavirus pandemic hit, and involved the laying down of specific tariffs, the cancellation of favorable tax treatment, and so on. Now, the Chinese press is now rife, of course, with speculations about how things might change under Biden. But I would argue, in having chosen these two very similar photos, that actually structurally things have not really changed that radically, and probably will not. Regardless, the onset of COVID-19 has hardened the battle lines between these two combatants. As pointed out in the previous presentation, the identification of this virus as Chinese, the perception of information lockdown in China, and misinformation on both sides to the international public and to domestic publics has fueled the antagonism and perceived contestation between these two countries. And in addition to that, I think we should keep in mind that further developments in the China, and particularly the new security law in Hong Kong, the potential of over 1 million new BNO immigrants to the UK and Commonwealth states, withdrawal from the Kyoto Environmental Accords by the US, etc., are to be considered and have wider implications for not only China trade, but shifts in population, identity, and nationhood. Sorry, let me stay here for a minute. You may have heard of risk analyst Nassim Nicholas Taleb, whose best-selling 2001 book, The Black Swan, brought to the general reading public this idea of the Black Swan, an unforeseen event that radically changes society, and named after the 2nd century Roman poet Juvenal's description of a black swan, which in his time was never seen. So there are white swans, but no black swans. Actually, there are black swans, but quite rare. So what is this black swan? Well, there are 3 conditions that define black swans. First, the event must be a surprise to the observer and to the people affected. The second, the event has a major effect on people's lives and larger economies and movements. And third, and this is crucial, after the first recorded instance of the event, it is rationalized as if it could have been prevented by hindsight, or that it could have been predicted by hindsight, taking account relevant data and so on. And the same is true for personal perception by individuals and sort of larger societal perception of events. Now, Taleb himself has shown irritation at the pandemic having been labeled a black swan event, because he claims that despite its devastating effect on global economies and individual people's daily lives, that many people had actually modeled and predicted with reasonable certainty that a global pandemic could occur and not remain within the purview of sci-fi horror fiction films. Now, Homi Bhabha has a current project that explores the discourse of unpreparedness as a phenomenological moment, constructed and defined by various actors. Amongst these, government bodies who might shape that moment to further ethno-nationalist agendas. This governance of the unprepared designates the turn from the then, the now, and the future, a proleptic alterity is what he calls it, that is a future projection to mitigate further unpreparedness. So to put it simply, our governments will keep on pushing this discourse of unpreparedness in order for us to feel scared and therefore justify further governmental action. So we find ourselves in a state of the shock of the moment, but also in what Bhabha calls the hope in the moment, a sort of instrumentalist comparison between the then and the now. So in my time remaining, I think I've got like 5 minutes, I'll show the major themes in a proleptic China trade exhibition as conceived last year with the input of SOAS students. And there are 4 major categories. The first is trade routes mapping and encounters. The second is manufacturing platform to supermarket. The third is contemporary chinoiserie. And the fourth include non-material exchanges. And then in the consideration of then and now, propose some possible questions that might arise now, clearly, like, you know, this project was conceived only last year, that have really changed even the way we look at these very same objects. Hold on, let me skip over that because I'm out of time. So the first category, trade routes mapping and encounters. This theme includes artists who explore the reframing of historical trade encounters, the expanded and hidden locations of trade in cities and border regions, and the continual negotiation of post-colonial identities. And for this, because of time, I'm going to limit my number of artists to a few. Here I've got a work by Gordon Chung from an exhibition last year at Edel Asante in London called Tears of Paradise, alternatively read Tears of Paradise, where he uses Financial Times stock listings. And you can see, can you see my arrow here? You can see here these bits of the FT that have been pasted, the stock market numbers pasted on here and becoming the kind of ground for this global trade movement that he envisions here as maps, as lines on maps, and as representations of ships on maps. And this is only one of the series in which he presents the idea of China not as the victim of imperialism, but potentially as having an agency in constructing these maps, these routes. And one of the other works from this series, for instance, looks at Central Asia and its own exploitation, put it that way, of its power in Central Asia to push its Belt and Road Initiative there. So here, China is not victim, but potentially a world power in its own right. The second category is manufacturing platform to supermarket. And I've just shown up a couple of artists here, one from Hong Kong, Annie Wan Lai Quen, showing how mass production, where the perception is that this is all made in China, can be both, can flip between these ideas of the quotidian and the special in our daily lives. And at right, a recent work by Xu Zhen, trademark registered, also operating under his other trademark registered name, Made in China, where he's brought up these guardian figures, which in recent years have been produced in mass quantities as tourist souvenirs, but also to try to fool collectors into buying so-called antiquities that have been juxtaposed with a sort of Greek symbol, right? Held up by the guardian figures. So here we're looking at issues of reproducibility and the idea of Chinese things as essentially, repetitive and reiterative, but ultimately desired by foreign buyers. The third category, contemporary chinoiserie, draws from previous work done in this area by other curators about 10, 15 years ago. And here I just as example where artists revisit and refashion exoticizations and misrepresentations of China in export media, such as ceramics, in this case, wallpaper and textiles. So Tang Qinhua is, showing us something that looks vaguely Chinese, but looking more closely, as you can see, is made up of often obscene and sort of nonsense texts to point out this problem of miscommunication and misrepresentation. And finally, the fourth category, and I'm going to be wrapping up soon, are non-material exchanges. And this is sort of the miscellaneous category that would have been resolved, I think, had the proposal moved forward. But here, this category of trade allowed students to explore other exchanges with China beyond the material commodities of China trade, such as Eastern religions, computer technology, and again, conceived last year, 2019, epidemics. And maybe this is, one confirmation that COVID is not a black swan, that even, SARS already had given us a hint of where this might go. And the work here by Gail Chong Kwan, Quarantine Archipelago, shown in Taekwondo Contemporary in Hong Kong, interrogates this notion of actually historical quarantines for lepers and so on in the Hong Kong area. One last image for the non-material exchanges, and one that might again raise these questions of how has the pandemic changed our view, and how might we change our view away from this idea of a binary antagonism in a trade war between China and the USA and Europe. So this is a work by He Xiangyu, Untitled, within a show entitled Evidence at YQ Bermondsey in 2018. And here he's displayed and tacked on the wall, various like random pieces of wire, old electronics, and so on, that have been gathered by people who live in the North Korea-China border. Right? And these are objects that could be of possible use, as in Baba's words, sort of a proleptic kind of object of trade that stand as signifiers actually for the uncertain status of illegal Korean immigrants and traffic of people that we don't hear about between not China and the US, but one of its other bordering states. So the China-US trade war has in effect nullified or silenced these other kinds of narratives of trade. So I'm going to close with an image which caused a little bit of hullabaloo in March. And it's quite fitting in this case because it is an object of so-called China trade, a rank badge, which was collected by travelers in South China in the 19th and early 20th centuries. It's been deployed here by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC in the US, as the cover image for its latest, at the time, report on emerging infectious diseases. And let me just point out that the only thing here that in this image that relates to emerging infectious disease are the bats, which had been thought to have caused the transmission of SARS from animals to humans. Other than that, here we see, again, a structurally secure and notion that China, even though this is a beautiful rank badge, right, and showing an image of a sort of a paradisical image, can still be used for ethno-nationalist aims. I'll end there. Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Nixi, Cura. Lots of issues and questions there for us to consider later on. Moving on to our final paper, Katie Hill from Sotheby's Institute of Art in London. The paper is entitled 100 Years of Solitude. Katie?
Hi, thank you very much, Jonathan. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, thank you everybody, and thanks Nixi. I just wanted to thank Joshua and Lauren for the work they've done to prepare for today, and also to say to everyone, hope you're okay. To talk a bit about the idea of sort of migratory histories from China. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I wanted to sort of look at it in the kind of context of 100 years, but it's actually focused much more on the contemporary, but that there are issues that are raised around you know, the sort of inclusion of certain migratory histories, particularly in the UK, and how institutional frameworks deal with these histories. So I'm going to crack on. So the idea is the sort of modern experience of migration and diaspora from China to the idea of cultural isolation of an art field. And I mean, this is something that I'm sort of developing. It's not that there aren't any sort of easy answers to it, but I wanted to sort of extend the idea of isolation to a field, and the way that the reception, perhaps in the West, is still slightly frosty. But I just want to start with, I'm just going to read out. So telling the story of migratory histories from Asia is not easy. In the paper, I attempt to connect practices and invisible makers with the struggle for the emergence of a feasible historiography of Asian art history that poses a profound challenge to Western art history via an alternative lens mapped onto an inherently Western episteme. Now, this is also drawing on Eddie Chambers' Black Artists in British Art. And I recently connected with Eddie, and he told me that he left for the United States because the UK would not offer him a job. This is a long time back, sort of 25 years ago. But I want to start with my friend here, Huang Xiaopeng, who has very recently and very suddenly died. So the premature death of a recent death of a friend propelled these questions more intensely, as the random trajectories of migration in an age of constant movement and then its sudden halt due to COVID rendered the feeling of isolation even more acute, as it was difficult after he died to know what to do apart from a collective mourning via WeChat. Sayuan and I have gained a renewed sense of community with a group of old friends in recent weeks after the sudden death of Huang last month, a premature and unexpected loss which has left a dispersed art community reeling. And this is a community that exists sort of across London, Berlin and Guangzhou mainly, and other parts of China. His departure has led to a strong reflection on artists' lives, how value is gained from recognition, and how artistic contribution is through social interactions as much as through making and exhibiting works, and the question of legacy. Huang died alone in Berlin, having recently moved back to Europe from Guangzhou. And there was a flurry of correspondence linking his communities in Berlin, London, Guangzhou, and other parts of China, dealing with the shock as his displaced situation after being in China for many years complicates the aftermath of his death, leaving family and friends bereft and numbed. After graduating from the Guangzhou Fine Art Academy in '83, Huang moved to London to do a master's at the Slade School of Fine Arts, graduating in 1992. He lived in the UK for 15 years, returned to Guangzhou and became associate professor teaching at the Guangzhou Fine Arts Academy. And then following that, founded the fifth studio within the oil painting department, one of the first contemporary art programs in China's post-secondary institutions. He co-founded the non-profit HB station in Guangzhou with Xu Tan, which has hosted annual research-based projects and residency programs for artists, writers, and activists. And he also taught at the College of Fine Arts at South China Normal University, Guangzhou, and was a university fellow at the Hong Kong Baptist University. Huang was part of a group of artists in London who made a living initially by doing portraits on the street in Piccadilly in the 1990s, through which he found a group of friends who pulled together in this common experience. So this paper is dedicated to him. Huang's early works, after he attended the Slade, were conceptual installations as one of the artists to participate in the first dedicated exhibition of Chinese artists in the UK, called Journeys West. And this is his work shown at one of the exhibitions of Journeys West, which is essentially a bottle of milk placed on the gallery floor, which coagulated as the exhibition went on, beneath a facade of a letterbox placed on the wall above it. A comment on the souring of the promise of the West, The Milk of Paradise. The work's title was taken from a film by Jim Jarmusch, whose quirky absurdist works combine pathos and humour. The idea of milk as a nourishing drink associated with a lactose-tolerant Western diet aptly captured a notion of what is deemed good for you, but ends up being indigestible. The promise gone sour over time also encapsulates the experience of the West as a kind of paradise lost. Symptomatic of the loss of such works shown in exhibition that remain largely undocumented is the fact that we found the slide of Huang's from 1995 only in the last few days, and there is no record of publication for the second iteration of the exhibition Journeys West. So, you know, I sort of, this is about the idea of the archive and what, you know, with a slide that you find, obviously I will digitize the image, but I haven't had time to do that. And I think it's symptomatic of kind of a, you know, the time between the early stage of an artist's career and sort of now that is sharply divided by the digital era. So, as I mentioned in a previous essay, if we do not pay attention to the significance of cultural production in the Chinese diaspora that was emergent and prolific in and since the 1990s, the archive, if not digitized, will slip quietly out of our reach. The existence of this work in the form of a slide is a poignant reminder of a different time in the pre-digital age when the viewing form itself distanced us from the image that needed a special type of viewing in the form of a light box. Of the slides that we found of the same work, 2 of them were labelled by Huang, 1 by myself, and I must have made a copy at the time. It is testimony to his presence as an artist documenting his work in his own handwriting. Huang's work was the most purely conceptual in the exhibition Journeys West, in which the majority of works exhibited were painting. As an early member of the Chinese avant-garde movement in the 80s, he was part of the Southern Salon in Guangzhou and later produced predominantly text-based video montage work, focusing on mistranslations produced by Google within the context of globalization, leading to a perpetual circulation of garbled texts that increasingly diverged from their original meaning. He is acknowledged as a teacher in Guangzhou with many students who became influential artists of the younger generation. What does it mean to have studied, lived and gained a community and family in the UK, moved back to China and then back to Europe again as your unplanned final resting place? And I think Huang was planning to come to the UK sort of in the latter part of his life, but obviously that was not to be. It is a common pattern amongst artists who left China in the late 80s, stayed abroad for many years and often returned to China, thereby contributing to both cultures in various ways. From drawing street portraits in Piccadilly to making a living, studying at a London art college, forming a domestic life and then returning to find work in China. This movement and activity is a lived experience that is more than that of artistic expression. It is linguistic, cultural and personal. Yet, as Akbar Abbas points out, the home can be altered on return into an unrecognizable place, as Guangzhou had altered on Huang's return. And the home you might return to as a migrant is also unfixed. What is clear is that the connections made across geographies, languages, and cultures through the process we call globalization are not fully integrated into museum curatorial practices, as they cannot fit the frameworks available to them or display cabinets of Chinese art. Arguably, the dynamics of the discourse of these diasporic artists from the People's Republic of China are even more difficult to accommodate than those of, say, Hong Kong, Taiwan, or Singapore, since the gap is larger, the linguistic cultural barriers more definitive, thereby precluding the complexity of in-betweeners, such as that included in collections where artists represent something. So, for example, emigre artists such as Judah Chun, who lived in Paris, a painter, you know, when you show a painter like him in a gallery in London, it takes a lot for audiences to understand their work in context, as it is either interpreted by a Western art, such as abstract expressionism, or placed within the Chinese tradition. So we've got this idea of hybridity, which, as always, is hard for museums and institutions to adequately represent. So I'm going to move on to the next part, which is about sort of this idea of the institution. The idea of individual artistic isolation can be considered alongside one of a collective cultural distancing within a geopolitical context, while also attempting to grant it productive creative potential as a counter history that serves not only academic but also institutional recognition and articulation. Following Diana Ye's contestation of the invisibility of Chinese cultural practices in Britain in terms of material and physical absence, Ye, after Salman Rushdie, sees the visible but unseen practices of Chinese cultural practitioners as connected to a specific form of racialization experienced by those perceived to fall into the category Chinese. The parochial nature of the so-called international art world in London is revealed in its refusal to include works in collections of artists working locally who have arguably contributed considerably to the global shaping of British art in the past 100 years. And in particular, since the 1980s, with the rise of intercultural interactions at the level of creative production. Could artists such as Huang and the artistic community who he belonged to in London be acknowledged as a kind of movement? The attachment of one's art school is one thing. The attachment of the common experience of struggle by immigrant artists in London during the 90s, during the rise of Brit Art and YBAs, is quite another. I think I'm going to move on. And that's a picture of Huang as a young artist at the Slade in London with one of his fragmented text works of installation. And I have to say it's been quite difficult to find a sort of evidence of his body of work, you know, in this short period of time. And I'm sure that it will be gradually gathered into a body of work that we can actually sort of make sense of, if you like, historically. What was I going to, sorry, I've slightly lost thread. Yeah, so artists working in isolation from the art market for many years, rarely or never collected with the institutional structure of the public art world, you know, include, this image is Liu Anjia, include artists such as Liu Anjia, who was shown in the Lisson Gallery in the 1960s, but only fully validated as a Chinese artist contributing to the history of non-Western modernities in the West after his death in 1991. After moving to Cumbria, his position remained marginal, even though he'd taken part in The Other Story. And this image is The Other Story 89, an exhibition curated by another great Asian artist, Rashid Areen, whose own story is one of belated recognition after many years of practicing in the UK. And that was decades before he became sort of, in a way, made, placed on the kind of circulation, if you like, of the international art market. The connections of such artists are important as their individual practices each evolve over a lifetime, and yet little acknowledgement is given to their importance as immigrants operating on the boundaries of institutional art, historical, and dare I say, market validation. I'm going to skip that. The recent work by Mad for Real, Sayuan and JJC, deals with the issue of language and silence in a public intervention curated and commissioned by Venice Agendas at Tate Modern, using text written on banners in Chinese and English. A kind of planned intervention that has activist intentions. This is a performance that drew on the illegibility caused by cultural and language barriers, especially pertinent in the obvious distancing effect of Chinese characters that symbolize and orientalize Chinese culture as both impenetrable, desirable, the perfect Oriental trope. A work made up of large cotton sheets, it's deliberately presented on material that is literally universally embedded in our everyday lives. Perhaps a blank sheet is the ideal canvas as a cover for a comfortable mattress, converted to a large, easily foldable surface. And obviously this tallies with a lot of protest art. Held at Tate and at Turner Contemporary Margate during the Turner Prize. It has resonance due to the earlier performances carried out by Tate by Mad for Real. This is something that I wanted to include, but I haven't quite included it. It's a silent scream on Ai Weiwei's pavilion at the German pavilion at the Venice Biennale in 2013. And it's, the idea is, again, sort of tallies with the word Han, you know, scream written, which doesn't vocalize until the activation of the audience comes into play. And this is the silent scream is due to the sort of discourse surrounding Ai Weiwei, and it was kind of enacted again as a kind of political statement within his pavilion, following and during his house arrest in Beijing. So it's a kind of, you know, a deliberate sort of muted scream. They've done a lot of works on the scream dating back for about 10 years in relation to the original Munch scream. So this is the cotton sheet work. So, and this is kind of institutionally sort of held, but on the edge of the institution, if you like, because it was commissioned by Venice Agendas. So, you know, Tate has been a canvas for Mad for Real's work for 20 years, starting with the intervention on Tracy Emin's bed, pissing on Duchamp's urinal, soy sauce ketchup fried scream, artist marathon, and Han, which is the latest one. So the idea is the kind of transformation of the institution into a public space for artistic action and interaction, the works acting as on the threshold of the institution, or within the Turbine Hall. Tsai Yuan's one-man demo performed on Ai Weiwei's Sunflower Seeds by way of protest in the artist's absence in detention was given permission by the staff at Tate, following the perceived mistake of arresting the artist in the Tracy Emin work intervention. And that's Tsai Yuan's one-man demo shown here, in which he stood again silently. He developed one-man demo over about a period of 10 years, and that's taken place in various cities in the UK. So I'm going to turn to art in lockdown now, and the idea of sort of homeliness and nature and in the inner universe. So art making is a reflection of the making of one's inner universe, says the artist Xiao Qin, who was a Taiwanese, global Taiwanese abstract painter, who's also very, very belatedly become circulated on the international art market. As we've seen, artists often attempt to bridge barriers, cross borders, encounter difference, and present these encounters in their work, whether they do this noisily through illegitimate or quiet means. In Cutting Off from the World, a series of works were produced in the summer of 2020 by Tsai Yuan that form, that sort of continue some of his earlier abstract works in the vein of an expressive naturalistic form that unusually are made in muted tones rather than colour. The medium is ink, coffee, tea leaves, bamboo leaves, emulsion. And as works on paper, they are simple expressions that are produced instantaneously, akin to works in calligraphy dashed off. During lockdown, there was a period of 3 months in which these works were made. I think there's about 100 of them in short bursts. And the expression of pure form, this was a kind of interaction with the garden. In the sense that...
Sorry to interrupt, time's getting a little bit tight. Could you maybe move to a conclusion, please?
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes, sorry, I will come to the end. So I'm just going to briefly show you these works, which are made as an interaction with the garden. And I think it just moves back to the idea of home and, you know, what becomes your home, and sort of kind of, you know, kind of condenses what is home, becomes your immediate physical space. And this happened to be the garden in the summer of 2020. So it sort of is an interesting kind of introspective set of works that kind of, you know, intensify this notion of home, which of course, you know, Tsai Yuan's lived in Britain for more than 30 years. So I want to just very quickly end with the idea of the distancing effect of the art world, and how this bears on kind of stories of migration and notions of home and homeliness. And I wanted to finish with Biden's message of unity and inclusion, you know, in this ongoing struggle for equity. And I'm talking about equity here in the art world. And I'm going to just finish there.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Katie. Sorry about the time issues.
That's fine. That's fine. I was drawing to a close. Don't worry.
Thank you to all of our speakers this morning, or whatever time of the day it is, wherever you are. We have about half an hour now for questions. Because there's a break coming up, I think we can go over slightly into the break
That's
period.
no problem. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Lauren. There's about 40 people involved, participating at the moment. So I hope there were some good questions and points that people want to make. And you can do that by, I believe, by either writing into the chat bar or just unmuting yourself. So please get yourself ready for
Sorry. So participants can't unmute themselves.
Right.
If they can just, no worries. If they could just type into the chat bar that they would like to be unmuted, I'll unmute them.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to start off by making a couple of remarks myself. In these situations, panels and papers usually bring together a wide range of issues, and part of the complexity and interesting task is to see how things interrelate. And this is a broader issue, I think, to do with how specialists in an area, maybe it's art history or art practice, or people who work in the art world, the global art world, wherever they happen to be, try to make sense of what's going on in a broader context, broader historical and social and intellectual context. And of course, this has been very fervid recently, particularly because of COVID, because of what's been going on in the United States and with Brexit in this country. So I think we can assemble a series of interrelated contexts and conjunctures and moments that need to make sense together. I would just make one point before we start to think about questions from other people, and that is that we are dealing with a set of ideological projections, aren't we, through media, whether it's social media or big media. The sort of declining residual impact of Murdoch, I think, is a big part of this, particularly in relation to the US election, and the impact and power of social media over and above the kind of influence that the Murdoch media empire, to use that word, has had for many decades around the world. So there's ideology on the one hand, and these projections that are going on about what democracy is, and what China is, and what the US is, and what Brexit means. But then there's also what Gramsci called hegemonic struggle, the actual life process that's going on. And I think these two need to be brought into a kind of complex relation as well. And that can mean the work of individual artists and their practices, or the particular struggles and difficulties of living at certain moments in certain places over the last couple of years and since the COVID thing started. But the hegemonic life struggle is not the same as ideology. In fact, there is this continual battle going on to make sense of the world. And ideologies tend to like to fix themselves into completed, intelligible, understandable meanings and statements, or memes, as we heard earlier on. But I think the reality is it's much more messy and complicated and confusing than that. And I think this relates to a hangover from the legacy of the Cold War. We can have a debate about whether we're still in a Cold War or in a new Cold War. And that is to do with not ideology or planning or strategic objectives, but the kind of opposite, the way that states are incompetent, corrupt, unable to control. And I think that's as important, particularly in the last year with COVID, particularly we've seen this in the United States, as anything else is. And that's part of this task of recovering this actual life struggle that's going on. Let's put the ideological projections a little bit into the background and try to make sense of the real experience of life struggle that's going on around the world in relation to these questions. Okay, that's just 2 pence worth from me. Can I see if there are any questions or comments?
I actually had a question for Yan and Matt, if I may.
Okay.
And it relates to, again, this idea of struggle and, you know, the memes that you've put out, which strictly speaking are just representing an American point of view. I was wondering whether you considered in your study of masks the use of the mask, let's say, in the Hong Kong umbrella movement and you know, security law protests more recently in Hong Kong, as one of the, you know, floating signifiers, as it were, of mask. I mean, this signifier probably, for whatever reason, and you might have some ideas about this, didn't make it over to the U.S. as a symbol of, you know, of personal expression and fear of identification, and the fear of the kind of security apparatuses that are put to play in these circumstances. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, Nixi. We did actually consider that in our original plan of the paper.
I figured, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, then we thought for this one particular paper fitting to the theme of the conference, we have to narrow it down. So we have to just looking at the pandemic. That's a very interesting thing. We thought about that, why that the use of a mask during the Hong Kong pro-democracy movement has made it into the US. When we thought that this more is an attempt to visualize the invisible. When the pandemic happens, it's similar, actually, to a degree. You can almost compare this to the representation of other invisible threats, such as climate change and other things. When the media, no matter it's popular media or social media, need the symbol and the signs in concrete, providing a concrete, visible thing for the things that you cannot see. And this stage is therefore also fit into the China threat discourse. So the mask therefore used as first as a threat, then later. I know this is also based in Orientalism. Is in China, masks almost like associated with security and modernity, but in the West it's not. Then that is the West Orientalism looking at China as the medically lagged behind and it's a threat. Then the second stage used as the blame, the community, and then eventually it's domestic-sized and fit into the presidential election political context. Anything you want to add, Matt?
Yeah, thanks very much, Nixi, for the question. A very perceptive one. It's interesting. You might have noticed from my accent that I'm not British. I'm Irish, and in Irish culture, the balaclava served a sort of a similar function. You know, it was a symbol, I suppose, of armed resistance, and you know, the legitimacy of that is always open to question. And obviously, it's a way of de-identifying yourself when you're committing, when you're struggling against a state apparatus. And so it's a sort of an inversion of a lot of the logic we see in the anti-Chinese COVID memes, which is that the mask is conformity, that the mask in this instance is sort of a means of resistance. And maybe that sort of, that counterintuitive nature of the mask and the kind of quite subversive and dangerous nature of it might help to explain why it didn't come across quite so readily.
Thank you for that comment, Matt. Can I just point everyone to the question from Federica in the chat bar? I hope you can all see it. Shall I read it out? There's another question there about the impact of the use of the critique of the mask or the attack on the mask in relation to nationalist discourse in China. This is obviously a bigger question. Any responses to that point from Federica?
I actually had 2 slides that I took out of 2 memes from WeChat. And if I could actually, let me just see if I could share screen and show it. Hold on. If I could backtrack to that. Yeah. So this book came out as, you know, a means of honoring the efforts of frontline workers in China and showing the bravery and, you know, devastation in local communities, called A Battle Against Epidemic China. Okay, I can't read that last character. But this is what came out in WeChat when that was a thing. So there are people within China who are obviously reacting to this type of what they saw as a form of misinformation as well. Now, I mean, it has to be balanced in this case with the fact that, you know, you have the American president saying absolute lies about coronavirus and its spread and the wearing of masks to a much wider public than this even. So, but there are, you know, there are voices that contend with the official narrative in China as well.
Thanks, Nixi. Can we go back to the chat bar, Lauren? Because there was another question there, I think, which I saw, which has disappeared temporarily.
Yes, this is from Josepha Richards. She would like to ask Nixi in particular whether there would be any way to compare 18th and 19th century China trade paintings with contemporary art.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Well, there are artists who use that as sort of raw material to comment on contemporary China trade, but just, you know, like for like, obviously the representation of, let's say, the Hongs in Canton, Guangzhou, are purely and simply projections of power. Right? So the gaze is one that is normally bird's eye and omnipresent and omniscient and in control. So if we were to, you know, take, for example, those the pictures of the 1766 fire at the Hongs, there's this perception of a lack of control there that is, you know, flattened and made sort of visible and controllable by an eye, a foreign eye, the eye of the foreign trader. But that's just one example. I mean, and this could be sort of applied across a variety of media.
Can I just say that thank you for all the presenters. It was a very good panel as the first panel for the morning. Can I ask a question for Yang and Matthew again? And I've got one comment and one question. And I found that some of your observation is really inspiring. In particular, for example, you said that pulling down the masks is a process of individualization. And this is obviously, it's different with how we dealing with Zoom and Teams here, where we switch on and off our camera. It's a kind of, you see the person, but you see half of it. And whether you're gonna make it more clearer and bring it closer, that's the mask and then on and off. And I actually hate to have Zoom meetings and lectures when people are hiding and you don't hear things and you don't see people and you don't see their body movement, you don't see their
Quite complicated that, because I think within the system in England, it's possible not to wear a mask if you are in a certain medical group, for instance. And you do see people from all kinds of backgrounds not wearing masks. And on the whole, British people are fairly reserved, and they wouldn't challenge people who weren't wearing masks, I don't think. So there's not just these bigger kind of international or political issues at stake. It's about interpersonal relations and the behavior of individuals as much as it's about groups, I think, which complexifies the situation a bit. Well, I think it's part of a broader problem that we're using these massive abstractions all the time, and it's hard to avoid them, like Western or Chinese, for God's sake. I think somehow we need to get beyond those abstractions, although we are required to use them because they're so much part of the armature of the way we understand the world still.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's funny, because like I'm a very forgetful person. So whenever I go out the door, I used to always say like wallet, keys, phone, just to make sure I have my stuff. Now it's wallet, keys, phone, mask, wallet, keys, phone, mask, right? Because oftentimes you want to go into a shop and you realize you don't have the mask with you. And that does show, like, the reason I say that is how internalized masking has become. I think that the conflation of Chineseness and masking was much heavier at the start. And I certainly noticed on campus, our Chinese students were very, very quick to adopt masking before it was policy. And that was a sort of a second level marking of difference, let's say. But nowadays, not wearing a mask can be just forgetfulness, can be a political statement. It has sort of moved away, and we were trying to show that, I suppose, in the third slide, from an international or ethnic dimension into a more domestic political sphere. And so sometimes when people aren't wearing masks, they're libertarians here in the UK. Or sometimes they're just forgetful Irishmen,
May I just add a bit from my personal background of using masks in China? I was born and raised up in North China. In wintertime, it was always, we wear masks because just the -20 temperature. So mask was like part of your attire for winter. And also recent years, China had a SOAS in 2003, and also air pollution. for Chinese people living, especially in north part of China, wearing masks is almost like associated with daily life. Only recently, when the air quality has improved, people stopped wearing masks. So that's, and also that was SOAS and air pollution that was heavily reported in the Western media. So that was kind of associated with China, regarded as a hugely polluted area. It's a danger associated with China, CO2 emission, etc., etc. So from that beginning, as Matt said, now we move the look into more recent, although I absolutely agree with you, now we see more and more people wearing mask conformity, but we also see anti-mask demonstrations in London. People say choice. This is my body, I make choice, I'm in control. Whether I wear a mask or not, it's my personal choice. But this is a personal mask. Is this a tool? It cannot just be based on personal choice. It has to be the community wearing it to protect from each other. So I think that's where this the current political context is becoming more crucial in reading the mask-phobic in the current UK political context. Thank you.
Yeah, this is getting more and more interesting. In one of those Biden speech, he says that democracy is messy. It is very messy in a way, and it costs a lot in terms of the messiness as well as life. And I think we are in a particular situation that I remember that when I was little, my mom forced me to wear masks during the winter and didn't want to. But here, it's a completely different situation. Mm-hmm. And when you say that people are saying that this is their own body, it's their choice wear or not wearing masks, but at the same time, you will consider this as a selfishness, if you like, when you're talking about public health.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, and another common, like the meme I showed with all the doctors wearing the mask, the medical team, like that's a very common meme symbolizing that collective responsibility, not just, I mean, it's used in that particular one, but that symbol of the frontline workers wearing the mask is increasingly prevalent. And it's nearly like you have, two discourses sort of side by side, one about subjugation and one about selfishness.
Yeah.
I had a question for Katie, if I could.
There's one more. There's one on the chat bar there from Xiang. Has everyone seen that in relation to African community and AIDS? Can we have some response to that, please? Disease is easily associated to a certain group, community of people. So easy to blame someone in concrete situations like Ebola. Any response to that initially?
Well, I mean, there was that highly reported incident of Africans in Guangzhou having been attacked at a McDonald's and a closing of McDonald's. I don't know whether that's been substantiated, but that made the rounds also in the US press. Not sure about the UK. Did that make that here?
I don't know. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's a very common human reaction is to the scapegoat, One of the things that didn't make it into our talk, but we were considering was British footballer Dele Alli, plays for Tottenham Hotspur. He put a kind of a post on Instagram. It was a Chinese man not masking in an airport, and he was kind of, being afraid, kind of theatrically afraid. And I think that was, unfortunately, a big characteristic, especially in that early phase. That kind of scapegoating dynamic happened here in the UK.
Thank you, Matt. I think we're coming towards the end now. Maybe another couple of minutes, over 10:30. I wanted just to agree with what Joshua was saying a minute ago about democracy being inherently untidy and chaotic. If you listen to Trump's rambling in the middle of the night 3 or 4 days ago, before the result was clear, it struck me as sounding exactly like and saying exactly the same thing as Hitler and Mussolini said in the 30s, was that democracy was essentially humiliating because it revealed disorder inherently. And that raises some really important questions, doesn't it, about China, obviously, in countries where there isn't even the representational democracy that the United States has. And that raises a much wider range of questions that we haven't really got time to go into. But I think we're into that territory, as Joshua said now, where we're dealing with very significant issues here through these very specific sort of focuses in visual culture.
Could I ask my question to Katie?
Yeah, moving towards the end. Let's make this the last question, please, Nixi.
Oh, yes. I'm really quite fascinated by this idea of, in the context of China trade, of course, migration, but in the context of isolation, and the lockdown, how do you think Chinese artists, broadly configured, including diaspora artists, such as the ones you've mentioned, do you think anything has changed or become sort of more essentialized or in their experience during this time?
It's quite a difficult question, actually.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's just, I think that, I suppose, the issues of the border becomes, it feels more cut off, I suppose. Communities are less fluid. And so this whole sort of period of, 20 years and the idea that can suddenly sort of halt is quite sort of, it gives everyone a bit of a feeling of disconnect. I mean, genuinely, because you can't travel. So I suppose the dispersal of communities, which is always there, is kind of exacerbated in a way by the reality of sort of, say, far less flights occur, just literal sort of stopping of travel. But also the feeling that you can't actually kind of get together. So it's just simply about kind of, I think to me, it also took me back. That's the thing that happened, when Xiaopeng died. Basically, we were all thrown back into the 90s very, very quickly, because that was what his community in London was, when, everybody met, and it was all kind of quite a big scene of people out on the street in Piccadilly every day or every evening, and in Trafalgar Square. And you do see these kind of random fragments of lots of Chinese artists working on the streets to make a living. And but the point is that community suddenly came together on WeChat, but they could have been anywhere. They could have been in Sichuan, in Guangzhou, in Berlin, and in London, or even in Oxfordshire, in our case. So basically, it sort of took us back, but it also made us realize that those 25 years have gone by without a single institution in Britain collecting any of those artists' works, which is actually quite disturbing because, as you know, the post-colonial discourse was very alive in the 90s, and it was what drove my original research on, diaspora in China, etc., and that sort of, I was doing a PhD at the time. So actually what shocked me about it was how, on the one hand, the globalization has kind of moved on massively. On the other, it sort of hasn't institutionally caught up with these more fragmented histories. And that's sort of the challenge of how do we get that written in and sort of put into the institution in Britain, particularly in Britain, because of course he lived in China, and China's much more adept at taking on these stories in a way and have the resources. And in Britain, it's still a massive battle to get through the door, So it's sort of that realization was kind of propelled by that event. Yeah.
Thank you, Katie. Sorry, we have to move on. We're coming towards the end. I'd like to ask the question that Jennifer Wallace has raised. It's in the chat bar, but I can't locate it. Lauren, can you read it out, please, if you've got it?
Yes, I can. So she's asking, there's a view in the UK that many people regard the government as incompetent with regards to managing the effects of the pandemic. So in that circumstance, does that view of the government as incompetent undermine conformity to the guideline of mask wearing?
Okay, any response to that quickly?
The word I'm looking for is yes. Yes, the government is incompetent. That's a true perception.
So it's also corruption, isn't it?
Well, look at, I mean, I think the Dominic Cummings moment was the key. You know, those of you not from the UK, a key government advisor broke the lockdown restrictions and kind of blagged his way out of it. More recently, it's about the corrupt awarding of public expenditure to deal with the coronavirus. Of course, it minimizes conformity. How could it do anything else?
Thank you, Matt. I think we are going to have to move towards our break now. It's coming up to 11:15 here in England. There's a lot more comments now in the chat bar as well. So obviously when you start this discussion, it takes a while to get going and it's become very interesting. I hope a lot of these themes and issues and problems and questions will be asked again later on and we can develop this debate. But I'd just like to finish this session by thanking Yang Wu and Matt Wall, Nixi, Cura and Katie Hill and everyone for their participation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
I think
Thank
Laura,
you.
we're all going to stay here, aren't we? We're not going away, are we? We're just going to have a little bit of a break. Is that right?
We just have approximately, well, exactly 22-minute break before we invite our keynote speaker, Xiang Biao, to the floor. So, you know, please continue the discussions via chat or break off, send comments to yourselves in the interim. And we're very, thank you so much to Jonathan for his insightful chairing. Particularly the comment of democracy purveying disorder was very insightful indeed. So thank you everyone for now. And thanks also to those watching on YouTube as well.
Thank you, Lauren, for facilitating it.
Thank you, Katie, and Nixi, and Yang Wu and Matt. I think there's a disadvantage, obviously, when we're having this online conference, but one of the advantage of that is that we can keep all the questions on the sidebar so that we can revisit and we can keep the discussion alongside with the conference goes on. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Biao.
Sorry. Yeah.
Hi.
So I mean, my presentation will be slightly different from the abstract. So
That's absolutely fine, Biao. We're really looking forward to it, and you know, we trust you completely. So.
Well, you have to now.
Yeah, we have no choice.
Yeah, and
Joshua will be chairing your session.
okay,
so,
great. Yeah. So how long? 45 minutes or?
Yes, that would be perfect, and then that'll allow roughly 15 minutes for questions.
Okay.
Depending on the sort of flow of conversation, it may be that we have certain guests who would like to pose more questions, so it may well run over the 15 minutes that we've allotted, in which case we might stem slightly into the lunch break.
Okay, yeah.
Hi, Xiang Biao.
Hi, hello, Joshua. I'm sorry I couldn't attend the earlier ones. Do we have a session before this?
Yes, we have a panel before this. In order to, we put 2 keynotes respectively in the middle of the day rather than at the beginning of the day. Yeah, I'm not necessarily going to chair your session. I just 报一个幕。
好啊. Yeah, then I will watch the time. So what has been discussed so far? Any particularly interesting or surprising points?
At the beginning, in the first section that we talked about, what's the terminology? Maskphobia.
Okay.
Yeah, and also talking about China trade as well as Katie Hill's presentation about 百年孤独, talking about the recent sad news about Huang Xiaopeng, who is one of the leading avant-garde artists who died recently. Actually, also he's in Berlin. Why everybody goes to Berlin, I wonder.
Next will be your turn. You're not being left behind. Yeah, I see. Also, it's a very diverse, the discussion.
Yes. I'm going to introduce you, Xiang Biao, briefly. And obviously you are in the institute in Berlin, but are you still associated with Oxford?
Oxford as well, yeah.
All right, okay.
And so let me think. Okay, so then the participants, by looking at the program, I see the participants are also very diverse. Some people talking about international relations, some people even talk about trade wars, and of course artists. So it's a much more than just about art.
Yeah, much more about than art itself. So yeah, we've got.
Hello, wow, Jonathan Harris here.
Hi, Xiang Biao. This is Professor Jonathan Harris, who was the first panel chair in the morning.
Oh, hi.
Hello, nice to see you.
Hello.
I heard you're in Berlin, are you?
Yeah, I'm in Berlin now. Yeah.
My son lives in Berlin.
Oh, I see.
He works for the United Nations.
Oh, does he? I didn't know that the UN has an office in Berlin.
The Institute of Migration.
Oh, I see. Then it was okay. Is it by Frank Laxko?
I don't know, actually.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I haven't been able to get to see him recently.
I see.
Because he's been there about 2 years now.
I see.
He lives in Charlottenburg.
Okay, oh, they're not far away from my place. Yeah.
Very nice part of Berlin.
Yeah. So great. So how many? Oh, we have about nearly 40 participants. And Joshua, so some people are in China, and right, it's all from different parts of the world, I suppose.
Yeah, fortunately, we only have one colleague from the US. Otherwise, it's going to be too complicated to manage the time zone. I can see that one of my colleagues, Louis Guest, who is in Australia, I don't know whether she's still here, but it's going to be possibly too late for her now. But that's one of the disadvantage of the online conference, because you can never manage the international conference in that way. But the majority of the participants and audience are either in the UK or Europe and in China. So we are around about 7 or 8 hours apart. Yeah.
Okay, I'll close the door behind it. Looks.
Yeah. Lauren, we have 2 minutes to start.
Yeah, that's correct. 2 more minutes.
Jonathan, you keep exercising.
Well, I just realized a lot of times sitting about, not doing very much. So,
by the way, this is live streaming.
Your arms, eh?
This is live streaming on YouTube as well.
We don't really exercise our arms enough, do we? As you get older.
Or legs. Or legs. We don't.
I do
we don't have to commute.
I do ride a bike, but I don't use my arms much.
Right. Okay. We will make a start. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to this 13th annual conference for CCVA, and we've got the first session in the morning, and we will welcome our first keynote of the 2 keynotes over the 2 days event. That's Professor Xiang Biao. Professor Xiang Biao is a professor in social anthropology in Oxford, and also he is director of Max Planck Institute for Social Anthropology in Germany. He just moved to Berlin recently, and for some reason that 2 of our keynote speakers are all in Berlin at the moment. So tomorrow we'll be having Zheng Bo as our second keynote. I only know Xiang Biao since May, June, when we had the first online research seminar. And it wasn't a series of seminars, it was only a one-off to start with Xiang Biao, and he led us to do 12 sessions instead. So that's all his fault. And we end up in September for the 12 sessions, and I report back later today about a planned publication initiative about this research seminar. So I know that a lot of people will know Xiang Biao from his publications and talks nationally and internationally. So I will give the time to Xiang Biao for his keynote speech. Thank you, Xiang Biao. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Joshua, and thank you to all of you who come today. So first of all, I mean, there's really a privilege for me as a social anthropologist who works on migration and economy to participate in this conference, which I understand is primarily for artists. So for years, I always think, you know, we can have very fruitful conversations between social scientists and artists or art critics. Especially at the current times, you know, how things are changing and is far from certain. So we definitely need to be more imaginative than we used to be in order to figure out how things are going and in order to capture the most important dynamics of social change and also people's feelings and effects. So I'm very pleased to be here, and I really also very much look forward to hearing from you about what I'm going to say. And however, I have to apologize that what I'm going to present today will be slightly different from the abstract that I submitted. I mean, partly because I just feel not confident enough with my idea that I put in the earlier abstract. So today but it's related. So today the key notion will be about redistribution of mobilities. Redistribution of mobilities is empirically, I think, almost self-evident, right? During the coronavirus, we have these lockdowns in different parts of the world, and the people are not supposed to go out. People are not supposed to be mobile. But of course, this does not mean a total stop, a total halt of mobilities. When the majority of the population are not supposed to leave home, and we do have groups of people who have to be extra mobile. For example, key workers and the medical doctors, sometimes you know, government officials for example, in China, they call themselves the red runners or the red running legs. Red because they are often party members and they are sent down to communities, and their daily job is to collect demands from residents, what do they want to buy. Then they perform as the so-called the running legs, the runners, and they buy food collectively from the supermarket and bring back to the community. So they call themselves the red running legs. And of course, we have commercial running legs as well. This is a worldwide phenomenon. You know, there's a tremendous increase of e-commerce, and of course, e-commerce is not carried out in abstract, dematerialized forms. The things still have to arrive at your doorstep, and somebody has to carry that to you. So therefore, we see a distribution of mobilities. Mobility used to be regarded as a privilege. So we have a term even in migration studies, so-called mobility capital, means that only the relatively resourceful and privileged people are able to mobile, and in turn, the capability of mobility will bring you extra economic and social benefit. So mobility itself almost appears as a form of capital. But of course, now people are talking about the bankruptcy of mobility capital, because now you don't want to use your mobility capital. It's a privileged now stay home, they don't mobile. And it is those who are less privileged have to mobile in order to earn money, right? So then you have a process of outsource of mobility to a special group of people who are making living basically by moving around on behalf of other people. So then you can see there's outsourcing or commodification of mobility. Mobility itself becomes a form of a commodity which you can buy by paying money. Then this is a broader picture, but then can we perceive that as a natural thing, which is what companies like Meituan Dianping in China, the delivery companies, has been arguing. They say, okay, if you have one delivery workers, that person's mobility can substitute. I think they said there's 14 ordinary residents' mobility. So you can save lots of mobilities. One delivery workers were equivalent to 14 people's daily commuting or mobile activities. So therefore you can reduce overall mobility by having this delivery service. So the people say, okay, that means the argument is that it probably is a matter of division of labor. So if mobility is really become commodified, so therefore the redistribution is something natural, maybe a good thing. It's a will generate employment and also will help the government to contain the virus. And I think the question is more complex. This is what I want to say in this essay. Then conceptually, this complexity will hopefully nuance our understanding of the notion of distribution and the redistribution. And this is, I want to hear your view as well. So basically, there are two forms of distribution in a very crude way. Number one, you can say there is a spontaneous distribution, which is very similar to what Adam Smith described as a market mechanism, right? And, for Adam Smith, the entire idea behind the invisible hand is about the distribution. He said, the rich will be led by the invisible hand to reach a situation that basically wealth will be evenly distributed. And then, according to him, then division of labor, which is a form of distribution, this division of labor will increase the efficiency of production, so therefore increase the total number of wealth. And so therefore that will benefit everyone in the society. And this is why market is good. Market is good because it functions as a mechanism for spontaneous distribution and redistribution of goods and of economic activities, which in turn contributes to efficiency. And then you have a second form of distribution, which is not spontaneous, which is a distribution or redistribution carried out by a particular actor. This is, of course, most clearly articulated by Karl Planck. And he's talking about the three modes of economic organization or social organization. You have reciprocity, exchange gifts, and then you have market, and then you have redistribution, in which you have one center will pull all the resources upward, and then you hand it down again, right? So then you need a center. So redistribution in reality is often carried out by government. Public authority. There are lots of debates in anthropology literature talking about how reciprocity becomes a redistribution. this is an important point because precisely because it's related to the question of when a central authority emerges in society. So therefore, it's related to the question of state formation, etc. But basically, there's two forms. And then the story I just mentioned earlier, the narrative I just mentioned earlier, represented by these delivery companies, is very much about this spontaneous distribution. Because okay, people don't want to move around, and they pay money for other people to move around for them. And what's wrong with that? It's a spontaneous market, invisible hand style of distribution. Probably. The current situation, I think, is quite different from that precisely because there's two forms of distribution: the spontaneous, centerless, vis-a-vis the mediated or designed distribution. Actually, are really blurred in reality. So I wish to just go through quickly, the three empirical cases of redistribution mobility. Well, the essay is not very coherent, but I just want to cover. It's kind of report about what I see in reality, and conceptually I need more work later on. But the three empirical cases or episodes or scenarios, they are related, but not in a self-evident way. We will need some work to clarify that. So I call them forced redistribution of mobility, and the mobilized and the paid, three types: forced, mobilized, and forced can be observed in the case of India most clearly. I mean, we know, on the 25th of March this year, the Indian government announced nationwide lockdown. It's much more draconian and dramatic than the Chinese government did. And then nationwide lockdown, everyone is supposed to stay home, stay where they are. And what do we saw? We saw possibly millions rural urban migrants left cities. And they often had to walk 5 or 6 days to reach home in different parts of India because of the unavailability of public transport. So the massive flight of migrant workers, and why then you have, so there is that is a sudden surge of this unintended mobility, which create huge problems up to now. And certainly that was, I think, I mean, I should not say certainly, we don't know, but very likely that was a cause. This sudden surge of mobility was a cause for the widespread of virus. Why did the migrants suddenly flee cities? A very direct reason was because the middle class stopped mobility. Middle class don't go to restaurant anymore, and the factories shut down, and all kind of facilities shut down. And this might partly because of the government regulation, partly because the middle class fear of health threat, etc. Then there's no economic opportunities for these migrants. And most of these migrants are day laborers. They receive wage every day. And then they pay their rent based on this day wage. And also they buy food on daily basis. This is quite a significant fact that they buy food on daily basis, which means they cannot quarantine themselves. They cannot buy 1 week's food and stay home. If they don't work this day, they'll be hungry by the evening, and they cannot pay the rent in the shanty town. So they had to go home. So that is a kind of forced redistribution of mobility, meaning that the middle class urban citizens' e-mobility created unintended mobility of the other class, right? This happened in other parts of the world as well. So this is number one. Number two, okay, then in China, this didn't happen. And a part of the reason is that people say, okay, because of delivery company absorbed all these people from construction sectors, from service sectors. So it's true. You look at the data of Meituan and Ele.me, the two largest food delivery company, platform companies. The number of riders, the delivery workers increased dramatically. Where did they come from? They came from all these sectors that shut down. Right? So the argument can be made that this commercialized redistribution could prevent this forced mobility by creating new employment opportunities in cities. But then we will see how that happened in reality. Second form of redistribution is a mobilized redistribution. Again, this is very clear in China. So not again, this is not so obvious in India. I think the most obvious scenario can be found in China. You have medical doctors, right? And then you have all these government officials, teachers, and because most of government departments stopped working. So the officials, the civil servants and cadres are sent down to the communities to carry out lots of mobility activities for citizens. And then you have construction workers who are sent or mobilized, recruited to build up, to build these emergency field hospitals. So that form of this, so this is mobilized, not necessarily forced. So if you look at the Chinese officials, I mean, news report or propaganda, whatever you call that. So the term 逆行者 was a key word. 逆行者, the person who move against the stream. They said is the biggest hero. I think on the day when Wuhan ended its lockdown, there is a narrow light, projected on the building. I mean, the high rising building on Hanjiang, and that I think the 逆行者, that word was a key actually slogan, because people, they said the hero, the most beautiful people, who are the people who move against the stream to deliver essential service. So in this form of redistribution, and it's very clear that you need a center, you need a actor. So that actor is the state. And here that is related to what I was thinking to talk about in my original abstract, is so-called the vertical mediation. And through this mobilization, I think the state reinforced its power, authority, and also create a particular type of solidarity. The solidarity is not really horizontal solidarity, but it's vertically mediated. Then the question is that, okay, whether or not this form of redistribution mobility can be replaced by commercialized redistribution. Because we know, I mean, you cannot really rely on this political mobilization for too long. The cadres, civil servants get tired. I mean, we do have reports that to see that this type of measure cannot be sustainable for a long time. So it appears that the commercialized redistribution is more sustainable. This is the third type of redistribution I call the paid redistribution. Basically is that you join, you do delivery in order to get paid. And here it seems to be a very much a model of a market transaction, right? You appear to be almost archetypical classical market model, because the barrier is very low. Whoever wants to to do the work as long as you are physically able to. I mean, you need to be able to ride the moped. It's called moped. Yeah. This there's no requirement about education. And I was so surprised in Germany. Actually, there was no a requirement about the language even. As long as, I mean, no requirement about work visa, as long as you have a document to show that you are here legally as a tourist or a student or whatever. And you can register yourself with delivery companies in Germany. I mean, I was quite surprised because the general impression is that the labor regulation is quite strict here, right? So, but that sector seems to be quite open, and then you get paid for what you did, no more, no less, because everything is regulated and monitored by the computer system. So in a way, it is a very neat and pure market relations. But then we have to look into the details and how these mobilities are organized and how you have a redistribution, how this is matched, right? How one person needs the food from a particular shop can get the food or whatever else at a particular time. And if you look at this, then the redistribution actually is carried out not in a spontaneous way, but it is monitored and coordinated, actually controlled by a system. And for the participants in China, I suppose you have read recently an article called about this, which really went viral. It's about 1 month ago in a journal called Renwu, the People. Precisely describe how these delivery workers were trapped inside of these computers. I mean, this algorithm system. And so the pressure to speed up, for example, I mean, a job task, a same task, which was given to be completed in 45 minutes. Then later it became just 30 minutes in a few weeks later. I mean, this is apparently a real example. I mean, that is a quite common practice. You know, the riders complained or puzzled, who in their own very interesting words, I think it's a very artistic expression. They asked, who stole the time? Who stole the time in the system? Because it used to be 45 minutes to deliver food from A to B, but now the same distance. And the requirement is that you have to finish it in 30 minutes. And then the system reminds you every 2 or 3 minutes that you may be late. If you are late, even for 1 second, you will do the whole job without any benefit. The system will not pay you. And of course, worse than that, if you're the customer unhappy because you're late, they will give you a low score. And that will lead to penalty. Your pay, your wage will be deducted. So there's a huge, tremendous pressure for the riders. So they're here. I mean, we don't have time to go into details. Then if you look at how mobility is redistributed in the commercial sector, then we have to look into another layer of distributive method of control, I would call it. So what does it mean? You see, I mean, this distributive method of control, this idea can be traced back to, you know, Braverman, Harry Braverman, a labor sociologist who talked about de-skilling in the 1970s. So, I mean, then the idea of de-skilling is the part of the mechanism of de-skilling in factory work, he was talking about the more old-fashioned factory, is that, you know, the job became very fragmented tasks. So you, or the worker, is not a whole, full human being, but you are just a very fragmented or partial tasker. Huh? You just carry out a particular piece of task, and you don't know how your activity is related to other activity, and you don't know how your activity actually contribute to the whole process of creating a product. And because of that, you don't have a control, you don't have information about the whole production process, and then you lose your own agency and control, and etc. And that theory was regarded as outdated for a long time, because people did ethnographic research in factories, did find, you know, workers will try to resemble themselves as a social and political agent in the factory. So then people talk about the politics of production, etc. But now today, I think Braverman's description seems quite accurate for these delivery workers, because their whole, you know, their work is just deliver a meal. Actually, is really fragmented into different tasks, and they are basically controlled, and they are dictated by the system what to do, right? And you have to go to this shop, pick up, and follow this route, and have to reach the destination by a certain time. And the mobility is not a natural expression or activity of the body, but it is monitored, designed by the system, right? And then we have lots of stories about how they have to crash through the red light, the traffic light, because they are late. And then, of course, we know the mobility must be is reliant on their vehicles, and also it's conditioned by the road traffic police and also security guard. You have so many gated communities in China, so there's a lots of relations that the delivery workers have to negotiate with. So I think my point is then the way they the system manage this type of labor is by break down the job into fragment tasks, and then of course they constantly distribute the task among large pool of delivery workers, right? Actually, delivery workers spend most of the time during the day just looking at their mobile phone, waiting for an order to come to their mobile phone, which is supposed to be random, but it's not so random either, because they are always ranked. If you rank high, so you are more likely to receive orders. And in order to rank high, you have to work certain hours a day. You have to perform certain orders and deals a day. So it's so they have to stay online all the time. The waiting become very important part of their working life. So that's then I mean here it's, I'm sorry that I have not thought through this yet, but this labor studies take on distributive mode of control, and this is my term, somehow seems can make an interesting contrast to people like Alfred Gell's description of this distributed agency in his discussion about art. He said, okay, artist, it's not one single sovereign individual, because when you create art, your agency will be embodied in your piece of work, your art, so it's distributed, right? So we cannot understand the human being just as if all the agency is contained by the physical body, but your agency is distributed, and you always have to establish relations with your tools and then the work, and then that is supposed to help. I mean, mechanisms how we become creative and how we create artistic work. Then in the case of the delivery workers, so the distribution looks entirely different. Right? It's a kind of monitored, controlled, designed in order to reduce their level of agency. Of course, we need a more empirical study to see whether or not how these delivery workers will try to resemble their own agency, and in order to resist or to play with the system, right? So we have some, I mean, I haven't done my own primary research, and now I'm relying on other people's reports. We have some evidence to show that, but so far it's not very clear. What we see is that this distributive mode of labor control is very effective. And so this method actually explains why the redistribution of mobility across the populations, across the people who can afford to pay others to move, and the people who have to move in order to survive, quite smoothly. So now go back to my point earlier, is when I say this redistribution of mobilities across populations is certainly not spontaneous, and it is mediated. It's not spontaneous, yet it is not implemented by a single authority or agency, and it is mediated by a quite abstract technical system. So this is a trick, and precisely because it is such a very advanced, sophisticated technical system, so they can implement this distributive mode of labor control effectively. I mean, human agency cannot, monitor you and every single movement so effectively, right? I mean, they certainly cannot distribute the large amount of orders among large number of workers so effectively, right? And it's precisely because this system, this non-human system, so the distribution itself became a very important mode of how work is organized as well as controlled, and which in turn contribute to redistribution of mobility. So that's all what I want to say, and I really want to hear your feedback from your point of view, and also I'm thinking the consequences, this redistribution of mobility. I have been thinking whether or not in the future, redistribution of mobilities, which is related to the redistribution of safety, of course, right? Redistribution of risks, chances, actually can become more consequential than the matter of redistribution of incomes and wealth. We know the welfare system has been improved in China and in many other countries. So there is a movement of redistribution of wealth, but then you have another story of redistribution, and this redistribution is not done by a political agency, but is done through the technical a technological system, and of course coupled with financial and market imperatives. So that probably, I don't know, it may tell us something about how our social formation is changing. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Xiang Biao, for your talk. I would like to ask the floor to see whether, well, we don't have a floor here, but to see whether there is any questions from the audience, either in the Zoom meeting or from the live streaming on YouTube. Lauren, you're putting your hands up.
Yes. Thanks so much, Biao, for the fascinating talk. Not my area at all. You were obviously talking about the sort of quantification of efficiency, you know, delivery drivers having to go from 45 minutes to 30, etc. And I think what this pandemic has shown is this sort of outpouring of tongqing, of, you know, a sort of empathy. And what's this sort of mobility then of human empathy, of Chinese citizens empathizing with delivery drivers? And does that have any effect on the policies of companies, or indeed on, you know, the Chinese government and how these delivery drivers are treated?
Yeah, no, that's, I mean, definitely the truth. There is more awareness about the essential role of these delivery workers in China, as well as in many other countries. So actually, I mean, we probably should do more theoretical work to think through what it means by key workers or essential tasks. What we see now, this is a side point, but what we see now is that what can be done online are often not so essential, and the more the easier to be done online, like a financial transactions and etc. They are not essential, though they are very consequential for our well-being, but they are not essential. But the jobs that are really essential are often difficult to be replaced by online transactions. But the problem is that they are often less paid. This, I think, is also David Graeber's work, the bullshit jobs talk about. The more important the jobs are, kindergarten teachers, teachers for children with special needs, and the rubbish collectors, delivery workers. And then you have all these corporate lawyers, advertisement agents, I mean, who they know themselves they don't create any value. But they are well paid and they can easily become immobile. But this is different. So here, I mean, my mind now is try to capture more about the value of mobility, the meaning of mobility. So I think it may tell us something about that. So Laura, the question about the sympathy. Yeah, so I think that in the Chinese context, the article is the information about how these delivery workers actually work triggered quite lots of reflections and debates, and how that will lead to policy changes. That is, I really don't know, because in the short term, for the time being, this kind of commercialized redistribution mobility appear to be a good thing for the government, because it's true, you know, more job opportunities and also help to control the virus. And then it's make the political resistance very unlikely. So it's good for social stability as well. And whether or not it long-term change, there could be if one day one company really have a monopoly over this market. I mean, this is another very complex story. So why do the companies, they need a monopoly, they want a monopoly. Once they have a monopoly, I think the government may step in, partly for economic fairness, but partly for social political control. Actually, this is no longer a company anymore. Imagine if a company can control tens of millions or even 100 millions, probably not 100 million, tens of millions of workers across China, who can determine, you know, whether or not you get your food by on time. This is no longer economic issue. It's immediately related to basic social well-being, and even, you know, it can have political. It can be a basis for political power. And at that time, I think maybe there's something be done. But to be honest, now I think I don't think there will be very major changes in the redistribution simply because of social sympathy. Yeah.
So much.
Xiang Biao, can you see the chat bar on the side?
Yes.
Or that, Lauren, you can unmute colleagues for them to ask questions. I can see that, hi, Harriet.
Hi.
Has a comment,
Hi.
as well as
Hi. Hi. Am I unmuted? Yes, I am.
Yeah.
But I'm not on the video, am I? I'm just a voice. I'm just a voice. Anyway, it's great to see you, Xiang Biao, and thank you for your talk. It was terrific. There are lots and lots of things that I could say, but I'll keep it brief. I mean, I'm really happy to hear you talk about David Graeber's bullshit jobs. That was what was going through my head listening to you. And also, you know, we can look nearer at home in our own liberal democracies to look for examples of what you're talking about. I mean, think of the protest of Uber drivers about being, you know, obliged to kind of speed up their act for exactly the same reasons that you mentioned. So I think, you know, there is and you end by saying that there's no direct kind of political element in these kind of things. But I think that, you know, your entire talk is profoundly political in its implications. One of the things that I was thinking about was that the lack of spontaneity in the redistribution of labor also comes through the manipulation of big data, of the way in which global companies target individual consumers through the use of algorithms. So the whole, you know, so through that, you know, advertising branch of the market, I mean, we can imagine the redistribution of labor taking shape as well. I mean, finally, I just want to say that your references to key workers and social well-being, I think, are spot on. And I and a number of other people are trying to think about how to redefine the notion of key workers through bringing in class. So we are and racialized, you know, in an intersectional way. So we are talking also about, for example, transport workers, road sweepers, people who are marginalized also because of their ethnic character and are needy of welfare. But it's precisely that aspect of our political system that has been completely, not completely, but really decimated. So that brings to the fore the whole question of what do we mean by talking about the caring society, you know, the kind of stuff that Hans Steinmuller is working on. Anyway, so sorry, that's a bit of a jumble of stuff, but great ideas. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. And I just, can I follow up on that point? Harriet, it's great to see you here. It's a nice surprise as well. Where you talk about redefining key workers, and I think it's very important also to think through the concrete form, how these key workers, you know, with which key workers perform their labor. Like this is delivery workers, I would define them as a kind of almost a specialist mobility workers, right? Specialist mobility workers actually historically are very well organized. I mean, Harriet probably knows better than me, like the port workers, the porters were the hotbed of communist movements. If you want to find hardcore socialists, you go to ports, and all the porters, they are mobile. And then transport sector remains to be the best unionized sector now. Yes. And then you have Royal Mail, embodiment of the nation. In India, of course, you have railway workers, pride. And if you have family member who work for the railway system, it is a matter of pride. But now the mobility workers, the workers who do mobility works for the society, becomes the least mobilized. and fragmented and how I mean, I haven't really squared that yet. I mean, so I also want to hear from your view. So again, here, why the mobility, well, I mean, was not a commodity before, right? I mean, Royal Mail, I mean, the postman, we don't regard them as it's working for the nation, but it was valued and also became a basis for solidarity. Yeah, I don't have enough material to think through why transport workers can be so better, I mean, so well organized, better than factory workers. Somehow counterintuitive, but seems to be true. And then why it is so much devalued. So precisely when in the time we need mobility, everyone is celebrating mobility, but actually it's devalued. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
A comment, please.
Sure, yeah.
Thank you very much, Bao. It was a very interesting talk. Just in relation to that last point, another group of workers that we might mention are the railway workers.
Yeah.
Raymond Williams talks about his father in South Wales being a signalman. And they were very radical socialists as well in the early 20th century because they were communicating all the time up and down the railway lines and with telegraphs as well. So they were actually part of the infrastructure of development, new technologies, even though they were in the working class. But I wanted to make a point linking what you were saying to art and to artistic labor. I think you almost made the point yourself that artistic labor is a kind of idealized category in opposition to this idea of manual labor. It's idealized, it's regarded as a form of work which is inherently creative and about the whole individual. And even many writers on the left have actually made this argument as well, including Marx himself, confusingly. But if you look at the development of artistic labor in the last 200 or 300 years, it's fully intelligible within the way that a capitalist mode of production has developed, which is not to say that it isn't less alienated than other forms of labor. It is, but it also develops in relation to the means of production, to a highly stratified society, and involves all the complexities of industrial development that you've talked about. But nevertheless, it remains still ideologically this idea of an idealized form of labor. But of course, more recently, artists themselves, as well as writers on art, have made work about the artistic process, trying to show, in fact, that in many ways, contemporary artistic production is fragmented and alienated in exactly in the same ways that you talk about people who deliver food. In other words, it's part of a complex contemporary society and needs to be understood in that position, in that place.
Great, thank you, Johnson. Yeah.
Sorry, I know that Hongwei got a question. Hongwei, do you want to talk?
Yes. Sorry about that. Hello, hi, Professor Xiang. Thank you for your wonderful talk. I don't have a real question. I was just thinking aloud when hearing your talk. I think that our discussions in the last few questions actually had to do with my thought and with my desperation for the kind of inagency. So we have this grim picture and we know that there's immobility of the mobility workers, and this is really exacerbated by the current technological affordances. However, I would, as a cultural studies scholar, I would still like to see some sense of hope, optimism, or individual agency. And I don't know what, I think that on the one hand, we can actually locate it from the kind of political mobilization, the kind of workers' union that we have just discussed. On the other, there's kind of intimacy, there's kind of human connections, and there is human sympathy or empathy between people. But I was wondering, actually, in their everyday life, if we can really locate more kind of lived experiences, such as, increased confidence brought about by increased sense of economic mobility, or I don't know really. So
yeah,
happy to discuss.
Thank you. Actually, that brings me back to Lauren's question, which I didn't address very satisfactorily. I think that is another aspect of this distributed mode of labor management and control. We know that there is in China, there is almost, well, probably not a flood, but certainly there is an increasing sense of humanitarian care, concern, that kind of sentiment is related to, of course, the bourgeois society and the middle class, because that is a part of their life. Feel pity, sorry for people from time to time. Genuinely, and as they write on blog and etc. But the question is that in this highly distributed, distributive mode of control, that kind of feeling is very genuine and sparks out all the time, very intimate and very authentic, but goes nowhere. Goes as far as I can see. So you go to social media, then you have all kinds of very emotional, sometimes exaggerated, I would say, expression of sentiments, right? So that has a kind of sentimentalization of a political agency as a result of this distributive mode of labor control. This is number one. And then number two, you're absolutely right. Of course, I mean, these delivery workers, they also calculate, they think, they observe. One interesting observation, I'm now referring to two research done by a sociologist, Sun Ping, and another one by Chen Long in Beijing. One thing they observe is that because of this distributive mode of labor control, and then they have to stay online all the time to, waiting for next call. And so they need to be somewhere very close to restaurants, especially in Beijing, relatively high-end restaurants. So they must be kind of not far away from CBD. And yet, the space in China, in urban, especially Beijing now, is so regulated. And these people wear this helmet and uniform are not allowed to enter all these office buildings. And they have to wait in this public space next to the CBD, next to fancy restaurants, wearing their uniform in group and constantly looking at the mobile phone. And this gives them a very strong sense of class or social strata consciousness. So that is interesting. So they don't hate capital which is directly hiring them. And certainly, they can't identify who really hiring them. The person hiring them is called the 站点, the branch of the labor dispatchment company. There's complex labor relations involved here. But anyway, they don't regard themselves as employee, and they even don't regard themselves as a labor necessarily, and they probably regard themselves as a petty entrepreneur. But there's a feeling, you're in the winter afternoon after the lunch rush, they had to wait in this way and not allowed to enter buildings and not allowed to use ordinary lift. So they had to use this cargo lift to go up and down. Delivery workers are not supposed to enter from the front door. Very often they have to even go to restaurant, they have to go through the staff door on the side and go to kitchen directly. So that is interesting for me. So therefore, here we have to go beyond the labor politics or the production mode, of thinking. And they are thinking themselves as a social group in the public space. Yeah. So what we can do about that? So So therefore, when the job becomes more and more fragmented, maybe the counter movement will have to be not fragmented or niched, but it has to be broad, right? But the question is how we organize that. I haven't seen anything concrete yet.
Great. So perhaps there is scope to think about a collective, potentially collective identity or consciousness derived from the shared public space or shared experience of immobility or mobility.
Exactly. I mean, for artists, it's a wonderful opportunity. You go to the squares, and they are with their very colorful uniforms. Can we do something about that? You know, some artistic work to evoke their sense of identity, or to, you know, open their eyes to look at the surroundings, just immediate surroundings in a new way. I mean, since they will be waiting there for hours until the dinner rush. You know, I think it's almost a very natural, very inviting stage for artistic work. Yeah.
Is there any sort of re-examination of the notion of trust between people through this mobility and people, particularly delivery workers, and when a lot of people being less mobile, and I really like the idea that other people will have to move extra to compensate the gap in terms of our everyday need. And we have to trust the delivery workers, we trust the neighborhood, we trust the community to bring the needs back to you. And I think this is there any thought, Xiang Biao, on this as well, in terms of the trust building up through these activities in our current situation?
That's very interesting. As far as I can see, you know, the three modes of redistribution, right? The first, actually, it's not a matter of trust. I mean, if you're poor and you're walking on the street and people are afraid of you, right, in cities, and then the mobilized redistribution is mainly carried out top down through government action. So it's not based on trust, it's based on power and order. And then the commercialized redistribution definitely touch on the issue of trust. Here, I'm afraid to say that I do not see a redevelopment or strengthening of trust. What I see is a matter of securitization.
Yeah.
So the company now, you know, ask all the delivery workers to report. I mean, now stopped during the. I mean, probably now it will start again with the second wave and etc. They have to report about their health condition and temperature all the time, and the company will tell all the customers, like a DD company, the taxi, like China's Uber, was doing that very rigorously and meticulously. So, you know, you have to report and show the passenger this driver is safe. They just reported his temperature this morning, 2 hours ago, and etc. And then, as I mentioned, then when they came to all these gated communities, and they also have to go through very careful scrutiny by the security guard, which is a huge headache for the delivery workers, because they have to spend quite a few minutes to go through that. So in place of spontaneous public trust, now we have the technology of securitization. Again, securitization itself can be a huge business, as we have seen, right, in different parts of. So that is a I think is also, I mean, securitization of course has this kind of distributive logic in it, because it's about, they have to calculate the distribution of risks, right? And then they also have to distribute their effort in order to capture the high risk persons, event, and etc. So that is a different matter, but yeah, so I think it's the securitization actually is a part of the story.
Thank you. I think we are just at the noon time, 12 o'clock. Can I ask if there is, Lauren, you can pick up one final question, and we will
pressure. I was particularly drawn to Katie's question.
Yeah, I know Katie asked a couple of questions. Katie, do you want to talk?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really, really fascinating talk. Thank you. Yeah, no, I think that I was just thinking about the potential for sort of infiltrating the AI systems. I mean, I've seen some quite dystopian artworks on this kind of issue in China, and I think Cao Fei is, you know, has made quite interesting films about these sort of mega factory production, huge production scale. Sorry?
Is that 1111? That's the video piece.
Yes, I can't remember the title of the one that was shown in the Serpentine, a relatively new work.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, so I was interested in the idea that, you know, is there a sort of, I suppose, where does dissent, where are the sort of potentials for kind of any leakage, any kind of dissent from within the system, and whether there's a connection between the sort of, you know, the software, as it were, or the kind of engineering, the software engineering, and the kind of outside of that system where the human is concerned. So I was wondering if, you know, anything's been sort of seen in that way yet in China, because obviously there's a lot of sophistication of kind of knowledge where that's concerned in China. And often people get ahead of technology quite quickly. And I know that this has huge political connotations, and, you know, what you're describing is a kind of enslavement. I mean, it does seem pretty all-encompassing to me, you know, which is pretty dystopian.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't call it enslavement, because I mean, these people themselves chose to join this work, and also they often describe it as something desirable because it gives them a sense of freedom. And what sense of freedom? And because they said, okay, in theory, I can choose not to work on a particular day. That actually I mean, in reality, it's very difficult if you choose not to take one day off, because your total score will go down, and then you will receive less orders later on. So then I mean that the picture is quite grim, but the grimness does not come from a sense of total control or all-encompassing, but precisely it comes from this distributive capacity, right? It's highly nimble. It creates a feeling that you know, you are quite free when you are not working. As actual company don't control you at all. The company only give you a task. In theory, you are free to not pick up, and then 5 or 6 hours, you are free. You can do whatever you want. In theory, but you know, in reality, it's just to look at as a mobile phone all the time. So I mean, I guess what I want to say is that it is grim is precisely because you know, what is wrong is not so self-evident for the people there, and so then of course there is also an argument that can be made. You know, if they chose to join this workforce, and whether or not we can, I mean, the society, NGO can pressure the companies to increase the pay. So that's yeah, and yeah. Sorry, I mean, what I want to say is that I don't want to really present a dystopia picture. I'm more interested in the specific mechanisms.
Yeah, no, I understand. Thank you. No, I get that. I think it's, I mean, there are elements which very much tally with our gig economy, as Harriet mentioned. I mean, you know, if you're a sort of 20-something-year-old in need of work, you inevitably join that economy. And, you know, therefore, the question of choice, as Harriet just mentioned, is very questionable, you know, and of course it's incorporated fully, but also the idea of waiting and being on your mobile phone. I mean, the mobile phone system is inevitably connected into that technology. So, you know, it's a bit like choosing to be on Facebook or something, frankly. I mean, we're all on this screen now, and somehow the kind of bigger picture of what this means for society somehow comes into play for me. But I understand what you mean within that, the sense of mobility and the sense of kind of you know, agency that occurs ostensibly, but whether that is, you know, something that which the dynamics can sort of, you know, be turned, if you like. And as you say, the only way is to actually ask for higher wages. I mean, the only kind of recourse to sort of any kind of, you know, power is asking for more money, effectively, because that's going to make it more worth, you know, it pushes up the value proposition of that labor.
Thank you, Katie, and thank you very much, Professor Xiang Biao, for sharing with us about your research. And unfortunately, we have to bring this to a close, as our next panel should have started 6 minutes ago. And can we thank Xiang Biao for his wonderful keynote speech? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. In this case, I will introduce our second panel chair, Dr. Jennifer Chow, who is Associate Professor in De Montfort University. And Jennifer, I will leave the time to you now.
Great. Hi, can you see me?
Yeah.
Can everyone see me okay and hear me okay?
Yes,
yeah.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
So hello, everyone, and good morning. And the truth is we are transitioning so smoothly to our next panel, believe it or not. So I'm actually very thankful that Professor Xiang, he had a new angle to his paper, because our next panel is going to be all about virtual performances. And of course, that's going to raise themes on the self, private and public spaces, technologies, and of course, the idea of community. And in our keynote, he talked about the mobile body, the fragmented body, the data-controlled body, the waiting body. And if I think about the 3 papers we're going to be we're looking at the confined body, the technical logical body, and maybe the disciplined body in our square dance. So let me just quickly introduce our first speaker, Gao Shiyu, who will be joining us. She's a PhD candidate and used to work as a curator for museums and galleries in China and the UK. So welcome to our conference, and please start your presentation.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
Hello. Thank you for organizing this wonderful conference. I feel very pleased to be here, and I will be very grateful if I could hear any comments from all of you. Thank you so much. So let me share my PowerPoint. Today, I'm going to talk about emergency, like the developing technological body in the COVID-19 pandemic. With the impact of the COVID-19 outbreak, much of the world has been experiencing isolation and quarantine. Digital technology, especially the internet, has become the essential method of communication when physical contact are restricted by social distance measures, it leads to digitalization to almost every aspect of our ordinary life, such as we're using online exhibition, video conference, and the remote work. Definitely, during the quarantine, common life with the increasing reliance on digital technology seems to contribute to a post-human world, as Catherine Hills discussed, quote, the machine can, for all practical purposes, become human beings. You are the cyborg, and the cyborg is you, end of the quote. The paper I present today will investigate how contemporary Chinese artists utilize digital media to reflect on a post-human world depending on machines and digital technologies in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. So my paper will take the art pieces created by multimedia artist Lu Yang, born in 1984, as a case study. The reason why I choose Lu Yang as a case study, not only because he is one of the most visible emerging artists working with digital technologies and presenting his work at various international exhibitions, such as the 56th Venice Biennial in 2015, or Liverpool Biennial in 2060. More importantly, Lu's work focused on combining Chinese concept of corporeality and spirituality with contemporary technological, biological, and medical methods. The body and the religion are two most repeated subjects of his work, and he explains the significance of the body in different and various interviews. He insisted that when I was a kid, I spent a lot of time in hospital emergency room because I had asthma. So naturally, I became interested in the idea of medical treatment and the body. I often read my grandma's book about Buddhism, which made me really interested in religion. Therefore, the COVID-19, which caused international health crisis, may have specific impact on Lu's work than any other artist utilizing digital media. With a closer analysis of Lu's artwork, my paper intends to investigate in what ways Lu Yang explored the expanded questions about life, death and reincarnation, mind and body relationship, and more about the identity construction in the virtual space. So the paper will argue how new subjectivity emerged with the current COVID-19 pandemic society. So Lu Yang released his new work this year called Duko, which is a commissioned work for the English rock band, the 1975. So I'm gonna give you some sense of what his work looks like. Can you hear it?
No.
Can't hear it, but we can see it.
Okay, okay. So this work is created for the 1975. It's a pop rock band based in Manchester, formed in 2002. The 1975 and Bendito has created an online exhibition for 14 artists responding to tracks for their new album, Notes on a Conditional Form. So Lu Yang chose one of the music piece called Playing on My Mind. I believe that the lyrics of this Playing on My Mind connect with his virtual art themes. That's why he chose it. It says, where I live and die in a bind, my consciousness control my mind. So it's in his work, he explains the relationship between life and death. Like Duko, short for Dukosho, Dukoshi, comes from Buddhist sutra. You are living and dying alone, and going and coming alone. In Chinese, it means like 独生独死, 独来独往. It expresses ideas that either in real world or in an imaginary space, life is a knowing existence. The state of dukkha could be regarded as a reflection of the loneliness of the people like us in the pandemic lockdown. In this music video, Lu Yang created his non-biannual digital alter ego Duko by using the latest 3D scanning, motion capture, and digital modeling technology. The production of the digital human characters in this work is divided into two parts, the face and the body. Duko's uncanny face of Lu Yang is the result of using ultra-high quality scans to digitally recreate his 50 facial expression and match them to a CG model. The body part, Duco's pop dance, were captured by motion capture technology. Lu hires professional dancers from Bali, Indonesia, and India, and Japan to model his moves, including the big star King from Japan. Lu's creation of Duco is accomplished with Face Gold, a Shenzhen-based studio that uses the latest dual camera expression capture system to recreate the high-speed micro expression in 3D animation. So that picture could show a number of dots were drawing on Lu's face with a marker before he stepped into a device fitted with camera that photographed his face as it moved through all its continuous expression. A computer then analyzes the image and Lu fed them into Unity, a program typically reserved for video games. Lu Yang explores the motion capture technology in her previous work, Human Machine Reserve Motion Capture Project, earlier this year. As well, the artist has planned to debut it as the Art Basel Hong Kong, while cancelled due to the COVID-19 in March. In this work, Lu explored motion capture device to collect subtle body movements of traditional Balinese and contemporary dance practice from Indonesia, India, and Japan. So the digital human Duco has a personal clothing stylist and a tattoo artist, Ashima Taku, who provides the avatar ink art inspired by the Jomo people of Japan. In this music video, digital man Duco walks along in an empty digital space, just inserted with glowing lights. With a soft melody, Duco waves his hand and produces the purple new trees as he mouths the words to the song. Like Lu Yang's other avatar, Duco is asexual, as he wanted to make a version of himself that was free of the constraints of gender and sexuality. He often states that, I quote, "I really don't like to have some label for gender placed upon myself. I'm just a human being, that's all. When we're alone, we don't really think about who we are and what kind of gender we are," end of quote. Avatars, the body images users created for themselves in the virtual world, are not just a reflection of the user's physical body, but the accumulation of imagination and desires. In Christina's view, because avatars carry information about personal desire and cultural experience, so it's very hard for avatar without any stereotype of human and discrimination. In the virtual world, Lu Yang insisted that I was able to do things such as choosing my own gender natural body and creating an appearance that reflects my own sense of beauty, which are not possible in real life. I consider Duco as my digital reincarnation. He is me, but someone else at the same time. Lu's statements show the digital technology provides the opportunity for the artist to escape from the constraints of having a physical body and then produce the new possibilities of establishing his own subjectivity. The method of producing a gender-neutral avatar in virtual world, the world of digital creation and imagination, is a way for Lu Yang to create new subjectivity beyond the conventional notions of the body in the digital area. The approach recurs in Lu Yang's 3D animations, such as Ultra's Mind and the Delusional Mandala. Lu made his first avatar in 2012 in Arturus Man, a semi-human, asexual human superhero, rendered in an animation-like style and equipment with a chariot craft form, a human pelvic bone. Lu's work was inspired by Mao Sugiyama, a Japanese artist who performed self-surgery of removing his genitals in order to search for an unknown sexual identity in 2012. Uterus mine's energy power and weapons such as blood cell attack, digital attack, should lose preoccupation with the key idea of post-human, in that they produce the transformation of human bodies through their connection to non-human technological artifacts, both physical and virtual. The testifies to the most prominent contact or post-humanism as referring to promote the statements in the book Post-Humanism, an ontological condition in which many human lives with chemically, surgically, technologically modified bodies and or in close conjunction networks with machines and other organ forms. The exploration of post-human subjectivity in virtual world in relation to science technology develops in Lu's work, Delusional Mandala, in 2015 as well. In this 3D animation, its protagonist Lu Yang transfigures herself into a virtual avatar via 3D scanning technologies as well. The work starts with Lu who has processed with a 3D scanner, during which a male voiceover explains its operation and functions in Chinese as follows. A 3D scanner is a device that analyzes a real-world object or environment to collect data on its shape and possibly by its appearance. The procedure of collecting the data on the shape and appearance of Lu's face is then used to concrete digital 3D models. The avatar is continuously manipulated by the extensive software environment in which anatomy, neuroscience, and religion are deeply mixed. The most notable here are two neurological experiments with Lu's own brain system. The first experiment is deep brain stimulation of the limbic system, a brain network concerned with instincts and effects such as fear, pleasure, and sex. And the second is the transcranial magnetic stimulation, a procedure of stimulating nerve cells in the brain to improve symptoms of depression. These two experiments are made on Lu's avatar that undergoes simulation of neurological disorder and the state of dying. The animations last the sequence lays in which a hearse is constructed from a 3D model and decorated with a very lavish Chinese roof, a lotus pedestal, traditional Chinese patterns of flowers and rainbows, and LED screens that display the portraits of Lu's avatar wearing the stereotactic system. In this 16 minutes piece, the avatar dies and lives again various times and ultimately end up suspended in an enormous mandala. A mandala, which is sacred for circle, is a geometric design that holds a great deal of symbolism in Buddhist culture. The belief is that by entering the mandala, the proceeding towards its center, you are guided through the cosmetic process of transforming the universe from one to suffering into one of joy and happiness. The avatar could be regarded as a metaphor of established post-human subjectivity in the virtual space. Lu Yang's 3D pieces show how he associates the idea of circulation with his imagination of post-human subjectivity. Lu's gender-neutral digital body provides us with a new perspective on human self-awareness, especially when physical body is restrained by the reality of the pandemic. Lu Yang's technological body in a virtual world created by various media expands the limitation of our body and shows the new possibilities of alternative post-human subjectivity. Thank you.
Thank you. That was good timing. Thank you very much for that. So we'll quickly move on. We're going to save all the questions, of course, till the end. So we're going to quickly move on to Ada Hao Xiaoyu. I hope I'm pronouncing your name accurately in Chinese. She's an artist researcher, which makes perfect sense that she is doing a practice-based PhD at the University of Brighton. So welcome, Ada. Are you ready? I can see Ada. Ada, I can't hear you. Lauren, can we see what's happening with the microphone?
Second. The microphone is on, Ada. According to oh, you're sharing your slide, but we can't hear you. But your microphone is on.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Oh, yes. Yeah, we can hear you. Hi, Ada.
Yeah, sorry about that glitch there. Okay, I'm starting now. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me and thanks for being here. My name is Ada Xiaoyu Hao. I was born in China and this is my 6th year of being in London. Currently, I'm doing a practice-based PhD at the School of Art, University of Brighton. I try to examine transcendental becoming of Deleuze when it is situated in a contemporary performance paradigm. I understand Deleuze and becoming as a continuous assemblage of differences. In my practice, I use fiction as a method to conceptualize these differences and to examine both the continuity and the intensity of becoming through a schizophrenic style of becoming multiple fictional characters in succession. Through this recurrent process of becoming and fictioning, the distinction between fictional narrative and real event is blurred, and hence the political containment of the self is recontextualized upon non-geographical spaces that provide new materials to imagine the possible technological craft for the becomings of the self. Geographically, I've been in London during this pandemic. I used today's opportunity to share my recent performance work online and to speak about things that I've been thinking while developing this project. The title showing here, Shared Absence, the Awareness of a Glitch and the Challenge of Latency in the Art of Network Practice, is the title for a paper that I'm currently working on for the Journal of Contemporary Chinese Art special issue, The World 2 Meters Away. This paper offers an exposition of the online performance work, Trope of Death, Ghost in the Locker, and the Warrior Shadows in the Mirror. The performance took place on Zoom on June 6, 2020, via single-channel live stream performance that used a combination of performance with camera, film, live screen, chroma key performance camera, and automatic writing live on screen. This performance was made specifically for online broadcasting, which collaborates with online communicational technology to situate an uncanny and playful act of hide and seek between the multiple embodiments of the indifferent fictional article simultaneously staged in the past, present, and relative future. The title of the performance indicates how death is used as a replace to living, the role of discrete thoughts reflected from being isolated, and the unspeakable traumatic experiences being locked by the performance of self-silencing. This performance is a metaphorical containment that includes a playful act to entertain the viewers with layered reality in distance, while simultaneously becoming a voyeuristic viewer and disappearing into the multiple versions of the self. The work came after I started my residency at a female changing room in an abandoned gym called Spring Health, built in 1930s, forgotten and abandoned in a residential neighborhood in London. It was at the start of the pandemic in London. Every morning is like a start of a video loop. The pandemic brings me used to stop and wait for the possibilities of changes that might take place in the form of a vaccine that drives the virus away from Earth. Going to the changing room every day to seek a new routine that kept me from falling back to sleepwalking my way through the days in the lockdown. The moment entering female changing room, I was between knowing and not knowing. The first impression of the room becomes a context for my spatial perception and awareness of myself. The layout of the room prescribed rules for the female changing room to be accessed and utilized as a space in between other spaces. The performance was commissioned by Performance Istanbul's online performance program called Stay Live at Home. It invited a group of international audiences from remote domestic locations. For my performance, the audiences were scattered in Istanbul, Washington, D.C., and London. In this work, I tried to become an embodiment of this fictional oracle, while the oracle gradually encroaches upon me. As I was becoming a narrator for her story without a life, she disappears into the negative space around and between my body. I shape myself in periods and paragraphs. I puncture myself. And in the unleashed chain of images, I make myself king, as children do, with a crown made from a sheet of newspaper, or in finding rhythms in mere strings of words. I garland myself, as madmen do, with dried flowers that in my dreams still live. And above all this, I'm as calm as a doll stuffed with sandust, which, becoming conscious of itself, every now and then gives a nod, so that the bell on top of the pointed hat sewn to his head rings out. The jingle of life in a dead man, a tiny warning to fate. Unquote. This is a quote from Fernando Pessoa's book of Disquiet. Pessoa meditates on the multiplicity of personalities using heteronyms. Heteronym in linguistics meaning each of two or more words which are spelled identically but have different sounds and meanings. In my work, I'm interested to occupy the space between differences. These differences are not imitations of the sameness elsewhere, but a series of movements in an assemblage of newness. I understand heteronym as a way to create multiple identities of oneself in the form of multiple fictional characters. Each character uses different language to form a version of the self. The oracle in this work, Trope of Death, Ghost in the Mirror, Emma Voyeur shedding tears in the locker, is one of these heteronym characters, and her language is manifested through simultaneously stepping into multiple versions of her indifferent self. The pandemic arrives like a glitch in every society it visits, a short-lived fault that prevents people from working as well as they should be. My first encounter with the pandemic comes from my daily video chat with my mom, who lives and works in Beijing, China. The different government measurements, the worries from and for my family members living afar, had me in a somewhat uneasy romanticization for such glitch, a refusal of being isolated. The question I heard the most as an artist was that, how do we adapt our practice? Is it necessary to adapt to online communication or to keep calm and carry on till everything settles? Different online social media platforms become new utopian space for artists to romanticize on the idea of the pandemic, such as pandemic aesthetics, at a high rate of overconsumption and a high risk of self-exploitation, as an attempt of refusal to peer pressure that expect artists to produce a continuous line of non-essential work. I didn't jump into a new wave to become a causal effect of the pandemic aesthetics. However, I was still making work daily, such as keeping a journal as a sedimental archive, as a tactic to get myself through each and every day. The performance came about when I started to chat with myself on multiple devices on Zoom. My laptop was a host, my phone was a viewer, and the iPad was a camera that I was performing to. This game of playing with myself triggered multiple errors in Zoom, such as sharp reverbing sound caused by simultaneously using one Zoom account on multiple devices in the same room, or series of bad infinities like Misan or Drost effect, the effect of an image of myself recursively appearing within myself on loop. In reference to Hegel, who thinks that a bad infinity is an infinite repetition of the same, I started to think of the possibility of using my body as a surrogate to enter an active space. That is, the reverberation and reoccurrences of the same movement of my body taking place across different devices in succession. As I was developing an intense anxiety psychologically, I probably also induced a certain degree of mechanic anxiety and technological fear, that is, the performance of the glitch. Work with the online communication technology in Skype, when the latency is correlated with the efficiency of producing a work or an image. As I'm presenting at this moment, without being on each and everyone's end, I can't tell you if you have heard what I've just said. How to work with online communication technologies, such as Zoom, Twitch, and Skype, when the latency is correlated with the efficiency of producing a work or an image. As I'm presenting at this moment, without being on each and everyone's end, I can't tell if you have heard what I've just said. In engineering, latency is the time interval between stimulation and response. In music, latency is a delay between a piece of audio being played and the sound being reproduced in speakers. In the art of network practice, latency is the time interval that is not intended or planned by the performer, yet it appears organically, most in every occasion of networked practice. How do you work with disputing technological anxiety and fear of uncertainty? A glitch of an image or latency in a networked practice is not a simple indicator of something might have gone wrong. I would like to challenge the awareness of experiencing glitch or latency as a performative act of technological uncertainty, which is not an error per se, but a normal part of the communication. It is the sloppy moments, the messiness of the living, the moments of failed attempts, and the indifferent attempts to communicate with each other that makes us up as human with a shared absence that is also made up by the pleasure of being out of control. In a paper written by Annie Abrahams, Trapped to Review, on webcam-mediated communication and collaboration, written in 2012, she wrote that, quote, "Maybe we should all pay less attention to change and agree with Boris Groys. The change is our status quo." And in the prison of permanent change, to change the status quo would be to change the change, to escape the change. Considering the specificity of using internet-mediated communication, it is easy to forget that internet-mediated technology is not a simple tool to be used, but a craft to be symbiotically synchronized and customized into the process of developing and creating new work. The performance is to set out to challenge the potential of latency and to bring awareness of glitch into the process of creating internet-situated art practice. I ask myself, what happened to fiction when it is not observed? What happened to us when we stop performing? What are we if we negate the present for the future? Are we moving forward with a desire to see the ending? Or are we moving forward along the timeline to experience what might come at us by chance? If a fictive space can be triggered by materials like language, objects, and moving image, how to trigger a shared space for absent future, to await for the uncertainty to take place using latency that is tied to the materiality of technology. I'll end this presentation with a segment of the automatic writing that I did during the live Zoom performance, which was later titled as Locked in the Cenotaph. Since the performance, I've been using the text as one of the new materials to exercise the capacity of the self by using Microsoft Word's editing tool to track and trace new psychological and technological anxiety in the process of becoming a self with multiple selves. She starts to cherish the gap that allows her to question her surroundings. She has to let go of her ability to speak so that she can see the outside clearly. She sees without thinking. She compares the idea of thinking. Side, so that there's an outside to go into. Her locker is flooded. She draws from the exhilaration of being able to see. She draws from the exhilaration of being able to see. The view from the gap has burned into her vision. A durational suspension. A slice of the past. An environment deprived of the future. Dying by being alive. Available locker, ready for the body to move in.
Thank you, Ida. I'm a bit speechless at this point. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I'm sure that's going to raise a lot of issues for our discussions in just about 20 minutes or so. So why don't we just bring on our last speaker? And I know it's going to be a fantastic discussion. So our last speaker, Ying, right? Yeah, Ying, who is a PhD researcher at Birmingham City University. and her research focuses on square dance in urban spaces in China. So thank you, welcome.
Thank you for introducing. And can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi everyone, and oh, sorry. Hi everyone, I'm Ying, who is a PhD student at Birmingham City University. The topic of my presentation is square dancing on the cloud. There are three parts in this presentation. The first one is the phenomenon of cloud square dancing, and the second is the definition of square in the context of square dancing, and the third one is the cloud square. At the beginning of my presentation, I would like to briefly introduce the phenomena of square dancing. Square dancing is a widespread and significant contemporary phenomenon in China. This daily dancing is mainly performed face-to-face in open spaces and generally involves spontaneous participation by mid-aged women and elders. The elements that make a square dancing scene is square dancer music, a group of dancers in a paved open space, and audience. And this is a short video to show the phenomena of the cloud square dancing. Okay. At the beginning of 2020, when the coronavirus first emerged, Wuhan has become a first city worldwide affected by the deadly disease. It then rapidly spread to the entire country and further to Europe, America, and the rest of the world. Restriction of the travel, instruction of keeping social distance, and finally the lockdown of the towns and cities with the square dancing activity across the country were forced to cancel completely since the virus-related isolation. With dancers unable to get together and dance face-to-face. However, they are still gathering virtually, which is called cloud square dancing by the various Chinese media. It is necessarily quite different from the intended experience of square dancing and reflects the subversive nature of the ideas such as square. There are three practical ways in which dancers can participate in the cloud square dancing, which is live streaming and upload videos and followed by the apps. The online live streaming is mainly organized by the group leader and takes the WeChat group as a platform to set up time with the dancers to go online together for dancing and communication. The second way is for dancers to upload their dance video in the WeChat group, which is a common way to participate in cloud square dancing. The group leader or the dance teachers send the case video to the group every day, and then the members practice and record it repeatedly at home and to select the most satisfactory one and share with the group members. And so some dancers also post the videos of themselves on the public social media, such as Douyin and Kuaishou. And the third way is to follow in the online social apps, such as the Tangdou apps and the 99 Square dancing apps. In these social apps, the dancers can free participate in the online courses. The initial question about me is the extension notion of the square in the square dancing, which is the first transition to the term square, because it is called square dancing in Guangchang Wu. So this is a combination of two knowledge, which is square and dancing. So obviously, the term square has been changed by the phenomenon of square dancing. In China, the first image is an area who is perspective at the view of Chang'an city in Tang density. It is one of the earliest metropolitan city of the city has been defined in my mind from the city plan, and we will see the Chang'an is planned symmetrical with properties of the city central on the north part. The basic element of the city were the street grid, residential blocks, communicate space will all organized inside each residential blocks, which is called Lifang. This hierarchy of social class was presented with especially through the location of the buildings. So the origin of public space was introduced in China. The public space was introduced to China during the inspired by the Western concept. Square is an open spaces for citizens together. So there are several production and organized from the Western world. For example, like the right image, the West country have a square as a central of power. It's organized by the religions and also polities all around and showing the power that focus around the square. Mao was influenced by the Western square to demonstrate political orientation and announce all the important message to the public to show the power of new government as formed in the 1949. You can see the left poster created after the first National Day celebration in 1949. Comments just as such a visual experience, the people warmly supported Chairman Mao and celebrated the founding of the new China. Square was started to become more political use in Chinese small city, and mass parades were organized to celebrate political occasions and the national and the regional level at Tiananmen Square, such as National Day or the National Labor Day. The square in its entirety architectural site and provides lots of for political expression, collective memory and identity and history. Wu Hong said every city, town or village must have a square for public gathering on important political occasions. The square has been and will continue to be a primary visual means of political rhetoric in modern China to address the public and to constitute the public itself. Okay, the notion of square has been changed in the context of the square dancing. Nowadays, the construction of the public square in China has not kept pace with the sudden popularity of square dancing. So that square takes a place in any spaces of the city, such as basketball court roadside, and you can see the right image. This is a photo of Yuyuan subway station in Shanghai during my field last year, and also in the underground corridor and park lot, even at roof garden, or even coronavirus hospital in Wuhan, Fangcang Hospital. These spaces are temporarily called as square in our mind when the square dancing takes place. So the notion of square has been changed by the phenomena of square dancing, which embodies publicity and mass culture and democracy. So the later I will introduce the cloud square with the COVID-19 pandemic. The notion of square has once again expanded in other world. So under the phenomena of cloud square dancing, the notion of square had second transformation. And the development of internet information technology is an important reason for the emergence of the cloud square. Our world has moved from 3G in 2009 and to the 5G in the 2020. And on November 1st, just very latest news, the China Sports Daily report an article saying that online square dancing has broken regional restrictions, and the national fitness plan of Internet Plus is taking place. So the cloud square is generally organized by the WeChat group. Since the last year, I have been following five dancing groups through the WeChat. During the COVID-19 pandemic, all interaction and communication between the dance members must be through the WeChat group, which is not only used to send the notification as before, but also to dancing together and communication and communicate the daily life. In this case, the WeChat group is the square for the dancers. And so in my thinking, the physical space is in cloud square is no longer existed. That is to say, the public square does not exist in the physical form. At this time, the square has become an ideology space without the boundary of the physical. Why this is my arguments, because when I interviewed the dancers during the explosion, they said no matter where we are dancing, it's definitely square dancing. Even I was dancing alone in the living room or bedroom, I was dancing in the square in my mind. So from the interview, we can understand that dancers have a sense of self-identity and beliefs, and they are labeled as square dancers in the society in their daily life. At the same time, they had a firm belief in their minds is that wherever the dancer are, that place is a square. And they also shared this belief with dancing community and the general public. Therefore, the transformation of cloud square from physical to the ideology is mainly based on the dancer's self-identification and the public identification or the trust of the square dancing community and the square dancing activity. So the cloud square cannot be simply explained as online square because it is not based on the virtual form of the online, but also an ideological square to the dancers. For my second argument is obviously under the phenomena of cloud square dancing, the square has been transformed from the public space into the individual private spaces. As we know, the public space is a place accessible to all citizens for their use and enjoyment. In contrast, the private space is open to those permitted by the law or custom. Cloud square is a private space in the home, so the public nature of the square is challenged. At the same time, the dancer shares the video to the public online platform, which will republic the individual private space. Therefore, the boundary between the public and the private are blurred on the cloud square. So, besides on the cloud square, I also found many interesting points under the phenomena of cloud square dancing, such as cloud relation and cloud rule. And so welcome to your comments and suggestions in the following discussion. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for all three of our speakers. Our time, we're doing quite well. We're just about 6 minutes behind schedule, but I think we're going to have a fantastic discussion. So let me just open up our floor to discussion while people are still thinking about what to ask. Let me quickly summarize. How's that? While I kind of summarize what has we've heard a lot of stuff in the last 45 hours or so from our keynote, where we talked about this mobile body and we talked about where is the power, how power is very diffused, to now we have 3 papers. The first 2 are on fictional bodies and the third one on a real actual body. But it seems to me all of these bodies, whether we're talking about Uber drivers, delivery people, we're always thinking about body as this object and target of power almost. And also I keep thinking about how all of these bodies are being manipulated, they're being shaped in some form, especially the avatars that we looked at. These bodies are being trained, of course, in our square dancers, trained for what purpose, you know, physical fitness. They're also made to respond to different necessities of our time. We've also now moved from this idea of the body to spaces, to spatial relationships. So maybe just like Katie said, we're now thinking about spatial ideas. We thought about spaces of capital from our keynote, where the delivery people are standing in front of fancy hotels, gated communities. From our first speaker, Shiyu, we talked about these virtual spaces. Of course, we talked about confined spaces, and our last, this idea of communal spaces, the public square. So we have quite a lot to talk about. Are there any specific questions? I'm looking at, Lauren, can you see, I'm looking at the chat line, the chat space as well.
None have come up just yet.
If there's no question for now, I can ask a question.
Oh, here.
There is one.
Oh, we've got one from Wenbo.
Yeah, I will wait.
Can you see, Ying, can you see this? Because this is for your cloud dance.
Wenbo, do you want to open your mic and talk?
Yes, about the role and identity of the dancer. I assume there's some sort of role shifting. Could you share more about how the square dancing challenges their role, identity, and relationships?
Okay, thank you for those questions. This is also a very interesting point for me.
Swain, let me just quickly say your mic, I think you're a bit too close to your mic because we're hearing quite some paper echo. Can you?
Yeah, there is a continuing noise from your mic.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
So it's very, very sensitive. So maybe if you can.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you for your question. This is more interesting to me in its change in the role of audience and the performers themselves. Why do I say that? Because first of all, when dancers do square dancing in the square, and the audience is the passenger by who just stay temporarily. But when the dancer do square dancing in cloud square, the audience is their husband, is their children, and other members of the dancing group, and they will have more professional eyes to look at your dancing. So this will influence the dancer's roles and the relation between each other. Therefore, through my field investigation, the dancers would repeatedly dance again and again and choose a video that they are most satisfied to send and send it to the group. In this process, the dancer's self-identity changed. Why do I say that? Because why do I say that? Because at this moment, they are not only feel like a dancer, and but they even feel like a star in the dancing group. And I'm the focus of attention, which is quite different from the meaning of exercise in the physical square. So the change of the space will bring the change of identities to the dancers, and at this time there has a new position for the dancers. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. We have one from for Ida. Ida, can you see it? From Wen Soon, I believe. Should I read it for you? Can you hear me, Ida?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can hear you.
Can you see it as well?
Yeah, I can see it by
Okay.
Winston, right? Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about that question?
So Winston asked in relation to like.
Oh, did we lose her?
Yes. I think
the internet doesn't seem to be stable.
Yeah.
The question from Federica, Jennifer, that might be good to pose just to everyone.
I didn't see the one to Federica. Sorry, Federica, do you want to talk?
Yeah, if Federica could turn her mic on, that would be fantastic.
Hello. Hi. Yeah, I guess first of all, I wanted to thank the three speakers, and I felt it was really like refreshing to have quite a positive and optimistic point of view about self-confinement and social and spatial, having to be locked down and away. So it's nice to see that through internet and digital performances, things and creative possibilities are still happening. I guess, I'm just going to read quickly what I was thinking, though, that I was wondering what the impact of these, new online possibilities in China might mean, especially when the state and the CCP is also using technology for kind of social governance and is so present. Just that really.
I think that's a good question for Ida. Ida, did you hear that? No.
Hi. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, Frederick. Could you repeat your last part of the question?
I was wondering, I'm gonna type it again on the chat, I was wondering what the impact or consequence, basically what this new online presence might mean when the state itself is using technologies and AI for social governance and is so present online as well. So in terms of, yeah, what this might mean, it's a lot of possibilities, creative possibilities, but I guess it might also have some like downsides.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so for me, I think like quarantine, the current lockdown, both in China and UK, definitely has like invoked a lot more live performance online or like using network practice as a way to like distribute work. And first, like in the beginning of lockdown for me, I didn't really like jump into the waves, the new waves using online tools like Zoom or Skype or like Twitch online to broadcast or in a way to communicate with the audiences, because it's very difficult even now, like we're having a small panel that is difficult to have like a group performance that you could actually imitate what happened in the live performance, that you could interact with multiple participants.
We seem to have a bit of a
We
freeze.
lost her already. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, due to the nature of the performance, definitely. But then, still have me? No.
You're back. You're back.
Okay, sorry. I don't know why my internet started to really like getting excited for incorporating my title. But then, so yeah, I was thinking, oh, there's been like artists using online performance before the lockdown, before the quarantine in 90s, that they're like cyber performance, that's the combination of cyber performance or internet-based art. It does have a longer, like a time lagging, longer time for the audience, for the artists to wait to get respect from, get the response from the audiences. So I think now with online presence, the impact of online presence in China, especially, that there's like also emergence of like a quite like TikTok become not only in China, become a worldwide, like a quick, easy to get to way of communicating with the possible viewers out there. And then also like TikTok, it built up a routine like square dance as described, as presented before, that you can just follow the routine created by one TikTok user. And then by following that routine, you're kind of integrating yourself into a community that you might not belong before. And I think that definitely gives people a sense of like belonging, but then this belonging is like very kind of reflecting on the nature of performance that is like quite ephemeral. It's there when you are there, but then you got to be there online all the time. You got to see what others are doing and to reflect by altering yourself. Like I was looking at TikTok, and in the morning people start to like dancing. Like I saw the time in China, it's like way like so early in the morning. How can you just get up and then like very colorful and like glossy costumes, shiny, and also like now in lockdown, it's like everyone, most households, they have multiple family members. So in relation to the family members who are not part of this internet community, this impact for them is kind of effectively like affect for those family members who didn't consent to this community, to be part of this community. And I think that's quite interesting, thinking the impact of the online presence in China. That is quite different from what is like that I experience here in London, in the UK.
Well, I think, Ida, you're the one who said that these technical glitches and mistakes, they make us human. So it's quite fitting that you're the one having all the technical glitches. So I'm really glad.
Yeah.
I see Katie is on. Katie, did you have a question? Because we can see you now.
No, I mean, I really enjoyed your work, Ada. I thought it was fascinating, and the kind of creativity that entails is actually really impressive, because I think it's, you know, for me, it's quite tough being online all the time. But I think, you know, the way you've used that space is incredible. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was very,
I agree.
really interesting. And, you know, you just sort of make use of all sorts of sort of psychological modes, I think, and physical space. And somehow you're able to convey that, which is really, really interesting to me.
Jennifer, there's a question from Nixi.
Yeah, Nixi, we can maybe have her talk already. Can you unmute her?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thanks. I really found those presentations very stimulating. And my question relates to the body, and in particular notions of materiality and dematerialization in performance online and on the web. So, for instance, Liang, in this sort of Buddhist cosmology, is attempting a sort of dematerialization of gender. I wonder whether one could even imagine a complete dematerialization in the Buddhist sense, you know, having no material form, no dust left in the world, as it were. But there's still this sort of insistence of keeping that body. And in Ada's work, there's an iteration of body, you know, a reconfirmation of body. It might be glitchy, it might be ephemeral, it might be, you know, sort of coming in and out, but there's still, in isolation, do we want to keep asserting our bodies, for instance, as we are, you know, locked away? And finally, for Sun Ying, the bodies in a square, we can imagine as a kind of tightly formed and tightly regulated, and using Ada's methodology of glitch, could we see perhaps that the bodies, as they're dispersed to the private spaces, are themselves make the square more subject to glitches? It relates to Federica's earlier question about surveillance economies and surveillance visualities, where now it's extended materially and bodily to every single possible interior space. I know that's a really long question, but if you could, the three could respond, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Who would like to start first? Maybe Sun Ying, maybe you can start.
Okay. This is a very difficult question, I think. But in my mind, actually, I think you know, the square dance performance in the private space is temporary and timely activities. When the pandemic finished, the square dance will come back to return to the public space. So I think in my context, the private space is just for the dancers or the dancer communities. Is timely and temporary, and I also think the Ada's methodology is very interesting for me. Thank you for your suggestion.
Who would like to go next with the question?
I'm not sure if what I said is going to be communicated through, so I'm going to go slower. So thinking of the iteration of the body and the question of like, do we want to keep asserting our bodies into different spatial dimensions? It's kind of it's a bit jumpy, then I was thinking, like recently I saw work on David Swanner. It's about a whale. It's called Whale 52. And this whale 52, it has a different frequency, the sound it makes, but then still make the sound. So the different frequency of the whale, the result of the result of that is that the other whales, they can't hear this whale, they can't hear this whale, or they can't communicate with this whale. But then I think it's what come out of this, like a little fact of the world 52's different frequency of communication, that it's important that we keep making sound. It's important that we keep inserting our body in different dimensions. And by doing that, I think introduce this sense of like differences into a group that might have already set its own, has its own like rhythm, has its own way of communicating. Then by introducing this new body into the space, it generates new conversations. Not that all the new conversation, we're gonna archive it all, but then through this like a sedimental process, that's what I was thinking when I create my work, that eventually this sedimental process is gonna come down to something that have like a revelation, this recurrence of keep inserting yourself into spaces, gonna introduce your body into possibilities of becoming different, like more adapt version of the self into different space. Not that you're becoming that version of yourself specifically, but then it's like what I said of like schizophrenic style is more like not that become like let's all become schizophrenic, like they're like that one, they're like that one, but then it just to adapt with the change and not think of the change as something as a permanent thing of like, okay, I'm gonna change into that, but thinking of it as like a becoming, as Deleuze is thinking, like the process of movement, a process of going towards somewhere. And through this journey of going towards somewhere, pick up these different these differences and adapt them, like improvisation, like here's a hand and this hand go there and then go up there, like, and then this hand go there. It's kind of this like rhythm of movement. Yeah.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. Maybe Shiyu, did you have something to add?
Thank you for your comments. I think it's very important to think about these questions and the relationship between the technological body and the materiality things. To be honest, I'm not sure because I can't like, how I say, certain whether Lu Yang's like idea about whether he wanted or really like a fully the materiality of the body. But for me, I think through the analysis of his work, I think it's impossible to do that, erase all the materiality of the body, because he still claims that he wants to polish his technology to make the human body in his virtual space more like human mind, like human beings. So which means it may suggest that he still pay a lot of attention to the physical body, which contains the materiality or the subjectivity, like the conventional notion of the subjectivity before, even in the virtual space. But it reminds me, especially during the pandemic, I found there are a lot of like artists in China who used to use digital technologies start to like painting or this physical like methods of doing arts instead of just being like digitalization of all their work. So I think maybe it could be a way for them to rethink what's the relation between the technology and the previous, we call it like a conventional or traditional ways of creating artistic practice.
Thank you. I was thinking too that another possibility is a different kind of dematerialization or representation of the body. My son is like totally addicted to this video game called About Us, which just only in the last month or so has become the most popular video game on the planet. And what are our bodies look like there? They are just blobs. Okay, you're just basically blobs walking around the ship with two eyes. And so the possibilities for representing body, or or representing glitches in that corporeal space, as it were, they're infinite, and it doesn't have to take this form.
True, it's true.
Can I
Because
ask a question? Sorry.
okay, sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
Really brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you, Nixi, and thank you for 3 speakers. Particularly Shiyu's talk, as well as others, let me think about a few reflections that I had recently in conversation with a museum director who was going to turn all the exhibitions online. Either it's painting or sculpture or whatever, photographs. But I felt that this is the least creative thing that we can ever think of, to simply turn things online. And I was asked to do an online exhibition for that museum, and I'm not sure that I would be interested, because it becomes a sort of compulsory alternative that you don't have any other way to make an exhibition, but you can only use the online platform, which is kind of a kind of incapability of curators and artists when we produce our works. But Ada's work is inspiring, and I think I was thinking about when we thinking about online exhibition, I was thinking about Lu Yang, for example. I was thinking about Ajiao. I was thinking about Miao Ying. I was thinking about, as a curator, to think about any works can be exhibited online as a unique venue, although it's virtual. And maybe the online platform can be not only a platform for showing the work, but also for the production of the work, and for the dissemination, as well as the reception. And the exhibition can have a start, but with no end. It's ongoing because it's on the internet. And this is all sort of features that we need to consider when we're talking about online exhibition. And because people will not look into paintings, for example, in details. They will not enlarge every single details of a Van Gogh piece, for instance. But what we actually can do is something that's beyond the traditional production process, and we can think about a new form in a very different way. What pandemic offered us, obviously, a lot of restrictions, including travels and no gatherings and no accessibilities to workshops. But at the same time, what actually it gives us is something that we can never think of, prior to the pandemic when it arrived. It's a completely new platform for us to think about both the productions and the role of art. Well, it's not really a question. It's an observation.
Thank you, Joshua. I think from the keynote, we sort of ended a bit on a down note about dystopia. And then we have 3 papers that talked about freedom and liberating presences, and now maybe art as a channel of hope, perhaps. So that brings us to 1:33, which is at the end of our time, I believe. Lauren, are we finished with this panel? I don't see any other question except Jennifer had a question, but that was more directly to Ida. I think Ida will be able to maybe respond privately to that. Lauren, I think we're at our time. We're at the end, I believe. I think Joshua is going to tell us about the book. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, if the panel is here, and I promise you, I won't use 20 minutes. I probably use 5 minutes to introduce the book project. I was talking to Xiang Biao early on, as Xiang Biao, actually, he was the very first contributors to do this online discussion, and therefore we had 12 participants, distinguished scholars from the Chinese-speaking world, and we have done that on a weekly basis from June to all the way until September. We had a break in August, and it was quite an experience. And we live stream all the discussions online on YouTube as well as on Bilibili, and we received a lot of comments and encouragement from students and colleagues. And what I can report here is that we were invited to get this series to be published in China with a particular publisher, and 2 months earlier that we were informed by the publisher that any COVID-19 topic cannot be published in China. It's completely censored. And then colleagues saying that, why don't you, just get it published in the UK? And I say, yes, we can do that, but that's another lot of work in terms of translation, because everything is, transcribed, edited, and ready for publication to go. 2 days before signing the contract, they've got a telephone call from 出版新闻总署, I don't know how to translate that in English. It's like a news and whatever authority high on the top, at the top. And it's interesting that the publisher, that one was in Shanghai, the publisher was informed by telephone call, not anything in paper. So that's another thing that's interesting to explore a bit further, to see how can we measure this kind of criteria or rules or regulations, so that we will not run into that mess again, because everything that we done, and particularly for the second series of the conversation, we convened that series, including Wang Shouzhi, Chen Danqing, was particularly for that book publication. If they are not going to be published in Chinese, and we can, simply invite some people who can discuss in English, so that we can reduce a bit of workload in terms of the translational editing. But anyway, so since we've done so much work on this, and we've decided that we will publish that, and we've got the agreement with Intellect Books, and it will be published as soon as possible on this timely topic. So, so there will be 12 conversations, and the title of the book, as you can see on the conference program, is called The Otherness of the Everyday. And the Chinese title, we do have a Chinese title as well, 叫做日常有别. Obviously, 别 has 2 meanings. One is to do with the otherness, to do with 别样, 分别, 不同, 还有一个是分别, 分离, it's like goodbye every day. We are saying goodbye to our previous normality, but hopefully it will come back soon. As we speak in the morning, did you see the BBC News that the first vaccine comes out can protect 90% of people, which is kind of encouraging. But we will see how soon that we can get this vaccine for everyone. And there was an estimate that somebody young, under 60 or 70, we will get the vaccine. We will not get vaccine until April 2022. So that's another long way to wait. But it's a positive news, and let's see how efficient that process can be done. So I know that this is very late for UK colleagues who are ready for lunch, and it might be too late already for colleagues and audience in China for dinner. But we will reconvene again at, Laura, remind me, please.
We'll reconvene at 10 to 3, but what I'm going to do is end the meeting for all in a couple of minutes. Then you can re-register back on Zoom using the same link about a quarter of an hour beforehand. So 10 to 3, but I'll be online from about 2:30.
The other thing that I wanted to note for colleagues is that in this afternoon that we have our speaker, Wang Meiqing, who will join us. We're trying to push this slightly later because there's 8 hours time difference the other way. So basically she will have to get up around about 6 o'clock in the morning and to present 10 to 7 in the morning. And we are very grateful that she accepted the invitation, and she was our keynote speakers for the last annual conference at the Tate Liverpool. So please do join us and come back to this annual conference at 10 to 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Everyone. And thank you to Jennifer for chairing the panel as well. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer. Thank you very much.
Bye.
All right.
Bye. Thank you.